Hello, hello, sound check. Dolcico, if you're on, let me know how this sounds. Oh, good, nice. Just finishing up on a couple more announcements on Twitter and stuff. IRL. I think you can remove the tags I set you as an editor. Your tags though. Remove them in OBS. I don't think there's an IRL tag though. Oh, there is one. I don't care. I think you edited it, that's why I can't remove it. The ones I can remove are... Oh, I can remove the ones that you edit, which are programming and web development. I don't care. I can't add, like, there's no X thing. Yeah, we need to rewrite Twitch. Sure. Anyway, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Again, just finishing up on a couple tweets and announcements. Would appreciate a bunch of retweets and shares. And we're gonna start coding. Well, probably not coding immediately, but we'll start diving into some caching stuff in just a couple of minutes. So Restream used to have this interface where you could see like a combined chat from all of the destinations and stuff, but I don't see it anymore. Maybe it was some trial stuff. I don't know. It's just not there. So I have to switch between like YouTube and Twitch to be able to read the chats. But anyway, Ekaterina, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Alrighty. Let us do some... for Twitch. Let us do some caching stuff. So for this stream, I think my main goal would be to provide sort of like a learning experience. If you've never built page caching plugin for WordPress, it'd be really fun. It is sort of an advanced concept in WordPress, so if you don't really have prior WordPress development experience, you might struggle a little bit, but I'll try and make it as simple as possible for you guys. And to start out, I think what I want to do is try and look at some of the existing caching plugins in WordPress and, you know, see how they work, try and get some ideas for implementing my own. I'll start with a few free ones. I'm not sure I'm gonna have enough time to go into the paid ones, but we'll see how it goes. So caching. Lightspeed cache, W3 total cache, that would be optimize, cache clean compress, that would be fastest cache, SiteGround optimizer, auto optimize. Wow, there's a lot. 2+ million, 1+ million. So I guess we'll go with the, like, I know this one is fairly, it was at least fairly easy to read and understand. We'll probably take a look. Does Lightspeed cache work with like Lightspeed servers only, or is it just in the name? I guess I can take a look. And W3 total cache. This would be now this is a huge plugin, like there are so many features in there, but we'll try and look at what the page caching part of it does, and maybe that would be fastest cache. I don't know if I'll have the time to go through all of them, but basically we just want to get an idea of how page caching works in general in WordPress. I also know bat cache would be a good example, but I don't think it's in here. It's probably, oh, and this skeleton bat cache. It's in here, and it's also on GitHub, I guess. So yeah, let's start with super cache. For a dev environment, I think I'll be using local. It's a really neat tool, and caching local, no blueprint. What does this even mean? Local sites caching. Then you preferred custom PHP, Apache or Nginx, MySQL or MySQL. Okay. Admin. Actually, let's do this. Not a multi-site, no. Provisioning services. So provision aside, I'm not sure I want to like install each one of these plugins. I might install WP Super Cache because I know I really want to find out like whether how the files are stored on the file system and how that works. But these will probably just try and read the source code and make sense of it. But yeah, let's start with Super Cache admin. Let's put the remember as well. Let's go with plugins. LP Super Cache. Install it. And activate. Bam. Must be configured. Go to the admin page to enable and configure the plugin. LP Super Cache is disabled. Please go to the plugin admin page. Okay. I mean, it didn't change much from the last time I looked at it. Let me check the commits real quick. I think I haven't used this plugin in like, where's the track link? Is it this one? I don't think I've used this plugin in like 5 years, maybe more. It has been getting some updates. Interesting. Merge with GitHub, so apparently something's being developed on GitHub. V2 rewrite, okay. Rewrite the plugin, nice. Okay. So yeah, it's not completely forgotten, I guess. Which also justifies the 2+ million installs. So this is the UI. I guess what we want to do is turn caching on. And that's it. It's on. Caching.local. I'm going to do incognito. And my guess is that this is served from cache. And it is pretty quick. Cool. Now let's look at the file system of what happens here. App, public, WP content, cache. So this is new. This is new, and this is new. So my guess is that these are the three things that the plugin creates. And I guess this is false. Meta, super cache, caching local index. Okay, so I wanna also test the, like this page, hello world, and let's see if it creates a hello world. Yeah, so it still works as it used to work back in the old days. So basically it recreates the structure of your site using just directories and index.html files. And this is super convenient because what you can do and what it does in an environment where you do have htaccess available is it will create the rewrite rules for you to try and serve these files, the super cache files, like caching local, hello world, index.html, serve it directly from Nginx. So when you hit your web server, you're gonna bypass PHP completely, which is really, really efficient. And yeah, this is just a regular HTML file. So this is a regular HTML file in caching local. This, I'm guessing, is the home page. Why does it take so long? I'll just open it here. Home local sites caching. Sites caching, app public. Let's just do this instead. With WP content, cache, super cache, and this is the. Why is this empty though? Did they get cleaned up or something? Oh, okay, never mind. So caching.local, this is the index file. This is the home page. Yep. And then this is the blog post page. And then I'm curious, so this is the super cache directory. Then there is a meta directory, and this is empty. Then there is a blogs directory, which is also empty. Then there is this WP cache config. So these are, I guess, these are the settings, and the reason that they're done here, as opposed to like being settings in the database and WP options or whatever, is because all of this caching stuff is loaded before there is even a database connection from WordPress, so really early. So when we're changing any settings here, like you know, any of these things, I'm guessing what it does is it will recreate this WP cache config PHP file, which is then loaded by advanced cache. And then these settings are used by advanced cache, and it is also loading some additional files from the plugins directory. I'm guessing WP cache home. WP cache home is, yep, it's content directory, plugins, WP super cache. So advanced cache.php is it's a drop-in, and the difference between like a drop-in and a plugin, or even a must-use plugin in WordPress, is that drop-ins get loaded really early. Let's actually try and find where this advanced cache PHP file gets loaded. So whenever you hit a WordPress site, you're first going like index PHP, then you're going to WP block header PHP, which then loads WP load.php, which loads WP config PHP. Oh, by the way, this is defined here as well. So this was written by Supercache. These two lines, they've been added here by Supercache as well. So the config is loaded. Config then loads WP settings PHP. WP settings PHP then loads a bunch of stuff. And this is where, well, I guess this is where advanced cache PHP is loaded. So like all of these things, like some of these things are available. Recovery mode, this is new stuff for when your WordPress breaks. But basically you don't have access to a lot of things. You do have access to constants. You do have access to the settings in WP config PHP, because that's loaded earlier. And you do have apparently some access to the plugin API. But that's about it. And then it's all about advanced cache.php. So when you're in advanced cache.php, none of the plugins are loaded, none of the themes are loaded, like nothing, and there isn't even a database connection. The database connection comes much later, actually. This is functions, class, WP, like somewhere here is where the database gets initialized. It is also available to override via a drop-in, so you could do that. But again, in advanced cache.php, you don't have a database connection. Like you could if you wanted to, because you still have the database credentials from your WordPress config, so you can create your own connection and just use that, but you don't have access to like a proper WPDB interface, so you're just gonna resort back to like MySQLi functions or methods, which is a good thing, because you will most likely not really need a database connection when serving cached pages. And that's about it. This is all there is to loading the advanced cache.php file. It is also like you also need to have a WP cache constant defined for it to load. So if I set WP cache to false here, or just remove this line, then it's not going to load the advanced cache PHP file. But since it's here, it's gonna go straight into advanced cache.php. Now we can look at what WP super cache does. So it defines some sort of broken message function. Then it makes sure that the WP cache home constant is defined. So for whatever reason, I guess, you know, you might break it by maybe like removing it from WP config or whatever. But then it attempts to include WP cache phase1.php. So let's try and get a look at what that does. So WP cache phase1.php. Dot function exists. It's going to require phase2. Okay. And phase2 is a bunch of functions. Is the font size okay, or should I make it larger? I think I made it larger to be able to like read even in non-maximized YouTube window. I think this might be a bit better. So these are just a bunch of functions, I guess, which will be used later. Post load, late loader, cookies, cache action, do cache action. But let's keep looking at phase one. So it's gonna include WP cache config. Gonna print some debug messages. WP cache base. What is cache base? I guess like normalizing a bunch of URLs and figuring out where the cache is going to be stored, I guess. We want to be able to identify each blog in a WordPress MU install. Oh, well, so this stuff only runs when we have a cache miss. I guess the cache hits are handled by phase 2. But let's look at what happens when we have a cache miss, when a page has not yet been cached. We have the block cache directory. This is where it's going to be written to. There's going to be a lock. There is a constant which you can define to not cache the current request. So if, for example, you're in a plugin and you're outputting some possibly like sensitive information on screen, like a billing address or something, and just include the do not cache page to make sure that it never ends up in a public cache. And also disable cache using a well, it's not public, it would be a secret via a request parameter. Then it is going to WP cache plugins directory, include all the PHP files here, I guess, in this directory. So I guess these are like compatibility plugins or compatibility modules for a bunch of different third-party plugins, like that behavior, waiting moderation, and probably commenting plugins. And there's the main mapping, dynamic cache, test, jetpack, multi-site, WP touch, which is like a mobile UI plugin. So compatibility plugins are loaded, then super cache plugins are loaded. WPSC plugins. Is it like some user defined or something? Yeah. WP super cache plugins. Oh, so wow. So you can go, so it goes a directory higher to out here in plugins and searches for another directory called WP Super Cache Plugins. And if it exists, it's gonna just load all the PHP files from there as well. Again, probably like for compatibility with a bunch of third-party code. And so here is where we begin to analyze the current request and whether we are going to cache it or not. So if there's a cookie that has to be rejected, then we're not going to cache the page. If WPSC is backend, so it's probably like looking for WP admin requests. So if it's an admin request, then we're gonna return true, so just bail. If it has a rejected cookie, we're gonna bail. Is caching user disabled? Here probably. Is caching user disabled for the current visitor? So I guess there is some sort of cookie that you can add to a user and they will just not see cached. Well, their requests will not get cached. And if that cookie is in place, then we bail early. WP cache make known anonymous, make known anonymous, super cache for admin. So if you're logged in, I guess there's a setting which allows you to still cache pages for logged in users, but just like make it anonymous. Well, I guess since you're serving HTML files, they are kind of anonymous, but you may end up in a situation where like maybe the admin bar is present for anonymous users. Maybe the username and the first name of the user that was logged in is there, which is why this is a setting and not just like enforced by default. Do cache action, cache init if cache is not enabled. If the request method is a post or a put or a delete, then we're not going to cache it. If it's customized change set UID, whatever that means, then we're also not going to cache it. We're going to file expired, cache file name, gzip, bsize, gzip accepted, and super cache file name string, WP cache mobile. So a couple of filters. Remove tracking parameters from URL. So like UTM source and UTM campaign and stuff. Extract WP super cache init. What does WP super cache init do? So it defines a cache key. It defines a cache file name. Oh, so this is, I guess this is the other caching method, because this has like it had like two different settings. One was to use like WP cache, and then the other was like WP super cache. So super cache did the whole index HTML files for like Apache or Nginx to be able to serve them directly, and then the regular cache used like PHP files and then read them from disk and served them to the visitors without being able to bypass PHP directly. So I guess this is what it's doing, and this is what the meta directory is for, which for us is it's empty. There's just an empty index file. So there'll be super cache in it, and return true. Oh, if defined doing cron. So if it's in a cron request, it's just doing these for whatever reason, and then returning. Super cache in it. Okay, and then if not is set late init, cache serve, LP cache serve cache file, LP cache serve cache file. Not serving, again, a bunch of checks, another extract for init. And yeah, and this is where it reads the meta files, which is apparently JSON encoded, and they're calling it legacy. So legacy cache, is there a legacy cache setting? Legacy, no. Reload, plugins, bug. Here, cache and error, easy. Caching on. Delete cache, enable, expert. Expert caching requires changes to important server files and may require manual intervention if needed. Nginx rules can be found here, but not officially supported. What? Okay. Sure. Let's see what expert does. Enable caching for all visitors, disable caching for logged in, don't cache pages, compress cache rebuild, and cache. Okay. Then if we delete cache, just delete all of them. LP cache, LP super cache, and go again. Okay, what is this? Meta is still empty. This is still here. I have an htaccess file now. And I guess there's also this. Okay, this is the main htaccess. And yeah, so it's gonna attempt to serve the caches directly from the super cache directory, these index files. Yep. Yeah, this is okay, but then you sort of lose the flexibility of being able to cache different things for different users, or without having to like have a bunch of extra stuff in your htaccess or web server config. Anyway, let's keep diving into this file. So this is phase 2. Phase 1 is over, like this is where it ends. So I'm not exactly sure where the page gets generated. 6,000 globals. Yeah, well, this is a really old plugin, and back in those days, you know, globals were the go-to method of sharing variables between two different PHP files. Text file name, the not cache page file. Gzip accepted. Maybe like somewhere. Well, this is check mobile. I'm not sure. This is where it serves the file. Maybe there's some different because this file is much larger. This has like 3,000 lines. So gzip accepted basically looks at some PHP configuration and HTTP headers to identify whether gzip can be used. Data block cache there is going to create the directories. Get cache key is going to generate a cache key based on a bunch of different globals again. Remove tracking parameters. Super cache init. Again, this just populates a bunch of variables. Serve cache file. So this opens the meta. Like this doesn't even run. Like I changed some of the settings. Maybe they removed the legacy cache settings because it's so complicated. It was complicated and quite fragile. So I'm not sure. So this probably never ever runs. LP cache, get legacy cache. Host load, compressed. I wonder if there are any headers. Headers. Cache post load, cache late load, get authentication cookies. So it looks for auth cookies, get cookies values, cookie hash, logged in cookies, add cache action. So I guess this is like a way to use actions and filters in supercache, because actions and filters during advanced cache.php aren't really available, as like you cannot do add action or add filter. Do cache action, mobile group, check mobile is gonna check a bunch of user agent strings and other variables. WP cache debug prints some messages in a debug log. Dump get request is backend. Get super cache there, get current URL super cache there, and then rebuild files. Get all super cache files, super cache file name. Get OC version. What is OC? Reset OC version. See? No idea. LP super cache for admins, user disabled, confirm delete. deep replace, get protected directories, debug log. Wow. Log viewer. Wow. Just wow. Okay, delete URL cache is writable, ACL safe. Cache setting. Cache phase 2. Template redirect. Register post hooks. Setting up WordPress action. So this is when the request is. I guess it's somewhere here probably. So WP cache phase 2. Somewhere here might be where the caching actually happens. Yeah. So this is the magic. Here it is. We found it. Wow, so deep. In WP cache phase 2. Inside the phase 2 function, which is called so advanced cache PHP calls includes phase 1, and then phase 1 includes phase 2. Yeah, this is the first thing it does. It includes phase 2, but it doesn't really call the function. Where does this function get called? What do you mean? It's not here. So was it local size caching? App public plugins. I'll try and make this larger. How do I make this larger? Okay. Oh wow. Plugins, cd super cache, and I guess we're gonna search for where phase 2 is being called. Optimize, return phase 2 clean expired. If not, function exists. It's just called in phase 2. LP cache phase 2. So somewhere here. So this is where it's defined. And then I guess at the very end. Nope. Phase 2. LP cache post load. So on some conditions, I guess it's being loaded. In some various different scenarios. Late loader. But either way, so this is the function that gets called from somewhere around when this file is loaded and when some of these, like after some of these checks have passed, and when we're okay, probably maybe around here. But the important line here is this. So output buffering is basically a way to like print a bunch of stuff to screen with like print and echo and just render regular like HTML files in PHP. And what output buffering does is, instead of sending it directly to screen, it sends them to a buffer, which you can then, you know, retrieve. And the callback here is the function that gets called when the output buffer is closed. And an output buffer is closed when someone explicitly closes it with like an OB and flush, or OB and clean, or get clean. But also during shutdown, when PHP is terminating, when the script is over, all of the existing open output buffers are automatically closed. So by doing this, we sort of guarantee that WP cache OB callback is going to be called anywhere between here and the end of the request. If everything's fine, it's going to be the end of the request. If there is some, weird, badly written plugin or a theme which, closes output buffers for some reason, there are themes that do that, then this might get called a little early and it might break the caching stuff, but we have no way of preventing this, because even if we do an OB start here and then register something during the actual shutdown on like the WP shutdown or even the PHP shutdown hook, we wouldn't be able to access this output buffer if it's been closed somewhere earlier. So this is a good way to do it. And then the callback function is here as well. The callback function is called when we have the output buffer, and this is probably where we're going to place it. Apply filters, buffer. Yeah, so this is where all the HTML that's been output to screen, this is where it's all gonna end up in this variable. So we're gonna run it through a filter. We're gonna do a bunch more checks. I don't know why they're doing all these checks so many times, but either way, so we have the contents of the HTML page here in buffer. We're doing a bunch of checks. We're doing if cache this page is true, so all of these set it to false. So if we're still caching this page and we are doing WP cache get OB, what is WP cache get OB? And it's passed by reference. Okay, so we're passing the existing HTML contents by reference to WP cache get OB. Another 6,000 globals here, so we're probably doing some more checks and some debugging, like a buffer is blank. WP cache add to buffer. Oh, I guess this adds like HTML comments or something. Yeah, so it's looking for HTML and it's adding like these little things down here after the HTML closing tags. Be sure it's called from the file itself, it's included. Yeah. It's weird though, the way like you have to jump through a bunch of hoops to try and understand where it's being called from. But yeah, so this adds like debug information to the HTML. And then what was the earlier function? Get OB. So the HTML is sent here by reference. We're gonna add some debug information to the HTML. Maybe dynamic, add to buffer, dynamic page. So we're adding the generation time to the page not cached, do not get mutex, WP cache writers entry, parse URL, is user disabled, WP cache may be dynamic. Wait, if not cache enabled, cache enable. OB callback. This is where we're at. Cache this page. So we're getting the callback. That would be cache shutdown callback. Confirm, delete cache file. So it's probably looking for an existing cache entry and comparing the timestamps, and then it's deleting the cache file. Maybe it's here. Cache shutdown callback. This is right. Yeah, this is them writing the meta files, attempting to create directories. But okay, so I guess the general idea, I mean, there are a few different concepts mixed here with like legacy cache and super cache. But in order to create these static index files, which can be served directly from Apache or Nginx, which is a very interesting approach and a very efficient approach, I would say. What it does is just plain simple. It opens an output buffer. It captures all of the HTML that ends up in the output buffer. It does a bunch of checks on cookies and request variables and authentication stuff and headers and mobile and whatnot. And if everything's fine, it then writes this .html file into the super cache directory. Let me file put contents fopen. Even here. So it's in WP cache. So the writing, I think, happens here actually. The writing happens here. Open. And this is, oh no, this is the UI. This is, oh, this is where, I think this is just a list of files that are cached. What about write, I think? Write preload cache. So apparently something can also happen behind the scenes, like during a cron, probably, where it like walks through your posts and pages and like creates cache entries for them. This is also a nice feature, so that you don't have to do it on the fly. Write taxonomy URL, write taxonomy details. right, F right, F right. So in cache phase 2, so there's an F right here as well. How did I miss it? Create the bug log. This is just the debug log though. Bug log. Debug log. Debug log. Gzip. It also writes gzip. Anyway, so right, the idea is just to have an output buffer, get the HTML contents of a page and write them to a file. And there are some processes that go like probably remove outdated entries based on their like modified timestamps. There is some mechanism with meta, although I haven't, like I read it here, but I couldn't get it to work on the site itself. So probably just a different way of caching things. And yeah, and the way they're served is either directly through Apache or Nginx using these quite complex rewrite rules. So you're trying to obtain HTML files directly from the super cache directory and bypassing PHP altogether, which is very, very efficient. And but it's a bit complicated because you have to do it a bunch of different ways. So there's an HTTPS version, there's a non-HTTPS, well, there's an HTTPS gzipped version, a non-HTTPS gzipped version, an HTTPS non-gzipped version, and an HTTP regular non-gzipped version. But yeah, you still have to do like a bunch of checks in here, and when it comes to Nginx, you don't really have the luxury of using htaccess. If you want to make any changes, you have to change an Nginx config file and then reload Nginx itself, which you probably don't have access to on like a typical shared host. But yeah, I totally get the idea here. It's fairly simple, quite efficient. I guess I'll poke around another plugin. Reload. Yeah, a bunch of compatibility stuff as well. WP touch. Is this still a thing? I mean, it's active. 100,000 installs, okay. Let's see what happens when I deactivate it. This file is still here. And oh, so the WP cache, so everything from the config file was deleted. It was WP cache and WP cache home, but the advanced cache file is still there. The config file is still there. I guess it's fine if you want to deactivate and activate the plugin, or if you're updating, you don't really want to be destructive, and there's no uninstall option. So anyway, delete it, delete it, delete it, and now it's gone. Nice. Okay, so it cleans up after itself, which is really, really good. Let's try out. Let's look at Batcache, because Batcache is supposed to be much simpler. Let's see if I can find it on GitHub. can. So again, advanced cache PHP is gonna try and include a bad cache. I think this is too small. It's gonna try and include bad cache stats file. Bad cache cancel, which sets cancel to true. Vary cache on function. Variants can be set by function which use early set flow bus like server to run simple tests. Vary cache on function, return direct match feed burner user agent will cause bad cache to cache a variant for requests from feed burner. Okay. Then class bad cache, and once class bad cache is defined, it's doing a bad cache equals new bad cache. What does the class bad cache have? A bunch of variables. So we're gonna cache for up to 300 seconds. Remote data centers. So bad cache uses like the WordPress object cache to store the cache contents. So depending on what your object caching persistent backend is, could be Redis, could be Memcache. So bad cache will work with either. It just uses the WordPress's object cache APIs. Only bad cache a page after it is accessed this many times. So if you hit a page once, it's not going to be cached. If you hit a page twice, it is going to be cached in 2 minutes. Twice in 2 minutes, then we're going to cache it. A cache group, a unique array, a vary array, headers, cache redirects, redirect status, location. Is it okay to return stale cached response when updating the cache? And uncached headers. Transfer encoding. These headers will never be cached. Okay, makes sense. And then debug is true for the commenting things. Probably be injected in the HTML, similar to how supercache works. Cache control, set false to disable last modify and cache control headers. Change this to cancel the output buffer. No skip cookies. If they exist, the cache would normally be bypassed. Don't bypass it. So WordPress test cookie. If we have a WordPress test cookie, it will not bypass cache. Cacheable origin host names are allowed as cache variations. Or origin. Oh, origin. Okay, based on the origin header. Then query, ignored query args, genlock, and do. Great variable name. So it populates all of these things using these settings. Is SSL determines whether we have SSL. Is cacheable origin, we're looking at the origin. Status header, status code, redirect status and location. Do headers, merge the arrays of headers into one. Okay. And so these headers take precedence over any previously headers with the same names. Configure groups. This remote, no remote groups. These are cache groups. I guess this is done for compatibility with like Memcache or Redis servers that are remote, maybe like not local, not on the local data center, but maybe in like a remote data center. Would be, I don't know. Timer stop. This is where we count how many milliseconds have elapsed to generate the dynamic page, and then tell the user that, hey, we've been able to serve this in 1 millisecond. You're using that cache. And OB, again, same as the OB super cache. This is probably the OB callback function, and there should be an OB start somewhere. OB start, there it is. OB start, the same as in super cache. OB start array, the bad cache object, OB method. So this is where it all begins. LP cache init, so this is for LP cache init. Is this object cache init? Yes, this is object cache. Yep. So this initializes the WordPress object cache. Configure groups. If it's not cancel, then we're deleting a lock. And output, we're gonna trim the output. If it's empty, we're gonna delete. If it's empty and not a redirect, we're just gonna delete the lock. We're not gonna cache errors. We're gonna do variance, generate keys. This cache output is output. So output is the contents, the HTML contents of the page or of the request. We're gonna store that. We're gonna store the timestamp. We're gonna store the timer. We are gonna store the headers, probably later. Yep. We're gonna store the status, the redirect status, the redirect location, and the URL version. And this is where we sort of normalize, I guess, the headers. Uncached headers, unset. This is where we remove the like WordPress test cookie and other uncached headers. Uncached headers? Are they called uncached headers? Or is it something else? Oh, uncached headers is transfer encoding, never mind. So we are removing these headers from cache. So we will leave that up to our HTTP server, so Apache or Nginx. And then we are going to look for the headers with cookies. Do not cache if cookies were set. And we just simply return the output. For each values, we're looking for the values. And if it's cache control, we are gonna do some age. Oh, we're gonna set the max age. Oh, interesting. So if you change the max age directly through like a header in a WordPress theme or a plugin, then bad cache will actually look into that and set its max age for its cache entry to the same max age as you provide in the header. Wow, this I didn't know about this. This is really nice. So set this max age, the max age, and WP cache set. So this is where we are writing this cache under a cache key, and the cache key is generated from I guess we will see the function that generates it later, but basically from the request, URL, hostname, query arguments, and all of those things. Then this cache is this object with the output and some metadata into a group for max age plus this seconds plus 30 for whatever reason, and then it deletes the lock. And where does it set the lock though? WP cache delete, cache delete, WP cache delete. Maybe in generate keys. Nope. Realize this keys. Anyway, so it deletes the lock and cache control. It'll send some headers if cache control is enabled. It will do the headers. It will bump some stats, and it will return the cache output. So this is what happens after the output buffer has been closed. Add variant, do variants, generate keys. This serializes this keys, and this keys is probably probably somewhere at a later time. We'll get to it. So it serializes these keys, adds some debug stuff, add debug HTML to output, add debug from cache, HTML to output, HTML to output, set query. Okay, so that is the class. This is where we create a new object using that class. If not defined, there will be content there, then we just fail early. Okay, so this is where we start doing some checks to understand whether we want to cache this request or not. So we don't want to cache requests that basically are not WordPress requests. So ones that don't have a WP content there. Constant. Don't cache WP app.php, XML RPC, PHP, and Chrome requests. Never bad cache JavaScript generators. Only cache head and get requests. Never bad cache a request with an XWP nonce header. Okay. Never bad cache when cookies indicate a cache exempt visitor. So this is where we loop through cookies, and basically if we need to skip, it looks into the no skip cookies. And also if it begins with WP, or if it begins with WordPress, or if it begins with comment author, then we bump stats and we bail. Never bad cache a response for a request with an origin header. Okay. If we cannot include an object cache drop-in, so if we don't have a persistent object caching drop-in for Memcache or Redis, then we're also going to bail, because this will not work with non-persistent object caching. But we attempt to include it here, and we call WP cache init. If we have an object cache API, then we continue. If not, then we bail. Here are some examples of how you can vary the cache based on different things. So maybe you don't want to cache or if you have a multi-site and you don't want to cache a specific domain, then you can check the HTTP host. You can have a function that checks the user agent and maybe set a unique cache bucket for mobile visitors. Example, bad cache everything on this host regardless of traffic level. Doesn't make too much sense anyway. Variants dynamically prefer search term highlighting. You don't want to bad cache those variants, so include search term highlighter. So again, some compatibility stuff with plugins. If max age is less than 1, then we return. If we have, make sure we can increment. There's the traffic sensor. Oh, so this is where the times variable comes into place, because it will only cache the request if it's being accessed more than once, like 2 or more times in a span of 2 minutes. Then it will cache it. So this is where it does it. So obviously it has to have an increment method to be able to increment those times. Otherwise it just disables the feature. Necessary to prevent clients using cached version after login cookie set. Makes sense. Query string, set the query string. And bad cache keys. Okay, this is where we generate the cache key basically. So the cache key will be will consist of the host, so the domain name, the request method, the path until the question mark, and then the query is whatever comes after question mark, and then the unique is the array where we ran those unique functions to determine like whether it was a mobile request. So this will just make sure that it's part of the key, so that if we are on a mobile device, then the request gets cached under a different key because it causes extra bit different here. Set bad cache origin, cache the origin, or rather add it to the cache key. If it's SSL, add SSL to the cache key. Recreate the permalink from the URL. Bad cache permalink is HTTP bad cache keys host path query bad cache URL. Bad cache URL keys. So this creates the permalink. I guess this is necessary for when you want to delete an entry from the cache, depending on the, I guess, the URL key or the post. So for example, when you edit a post and you hit update in WordPress, you want all the entries from cache for that particular post. You want to delete them or update them or set them as expired, and you can't really do that by the key, because the key can have, you know, it can have a different version, for example, based on SSL. So you have one key that is HTTPS and one key that is HTTP. you have the extra stuff in here. So you have one key that is a mobile request, and then a separate key which is a desktop request. And so what URL key does here is it basically normalizes. It's a normalized key that is going to be shared between all of those requests, because they're all going to be for the same post or for the same URL if it's a URL. So then when you want to remove or expire those 4 unique cache keys, you can do it by the URL key, because the URL key will be the same for all of them, since they're all for the same post. So this is quite smart, like this. So it's going to have an MD5 hash of that URL, and it's going to have a URL version. So this is the variable that will probably get incremented every time you need to like flush or delete. You're not actually going to go and search through all of the cache keys to find these. You're just going to increment like a URL version for a specific key. Do variants, generate keys, get the bad cache. Oh, and this is where we are trying to read the cache. So we generated the key from bad cache keys. This is where we're going to try and retrieve the key that we ended up with from cache, from the object cache. And now if it's an array and if there's cache time, then it is a cache entry. And we also check whether the cache entry has expired, and we're going to check the cache version and compare it to the URL version. So this is how we're going to do the purging or flushing, well, probably purging of specific URLs. And this is where we're going to check whether the cache is empty or has expired, or we're caching all requests. No bad cache item found, so this is where nothing was found in cache. If not is cached, then we're going to add it. Add cache rec key. Rec key is, I don't remember what rec key was. Request key. I guess this is where we do the counting, like the sample traffic. The counting, we do it under a single rec key, I guess. I'm not sure. Request times, this is where we probably increment it or check whether it's expired in seconds. Yep. Cache delete, cache true. And if cache do, so if we are going to cache this request, then we're going to add a lock. Where is it being served though? Oh, that's where an existing. Okay. So if we are going to cache, we're going to create a lock for 10 seconds. If we have a cache and we can use stale, then we are going to do the headers, header refresh, do some more stuff, do the redirects, 304. Control, headers, more cache control headers, debug, do headers. This is where we send the headers, cache stats, and die. And this is where we serve the cache output. Never removes the lock though. I guess it removes itself after 10 seconds, which is fine. But if we don't do cache, or if we could not obtain a lock, then we return. So this is where we serve the cache. This is where we redirect status. Okay, this is only for the redirect stuff. This is for the 304 stuff. These are the headers. Yeah, so this is where we output the cache, but where do we retrieve it though? Oh, bat cache cache. This is where we retrieve the cache. Okay, so it's in bat cache cache output is what we get from the object cache, and this is where we serve it to our client, and then we die, we exit immediately, so nothing after this is running. So this is where we start, and this is where, oh no, this is a cached request. This is where we start, and then function ob is where we write where is it? WP cache set. This is where we write the cache. So this is much simpler than WP super cache, I guess. I mean, it's all in one file, and it's pretty short. The entire plugin is like 600 lines of code, and then the additional stuff is for like collecting stats. And then this is a plugin which, oh, this probably does the invalidation stuff, right? So clean post cache is a WordPress action which runs when the post object cache needs to be cleared. And this is where bat cache deletes the clear by URL, so it clears the homepage cache, it clears the feed cache, and it clears the single post cache. You would still probably see like stale contents if you were like archive pages or a search page, a tag archive, an author archive. Maybe you have like not just the home page, but like a category page, which will also not get clear. But I guess like this is fairly easy to do. But as a default, I think cleaning the home page, the RSS feed, and the post page is a good start. And this is what the bat cache clear URL does. It has a global bat cache. So it normalizes the URL. It determines the URL key, probably exactly the same way that the advanced cache PHP file does for the URL key. And then it adds a URL key version to the object cache as a 0. And WP cache add will fail if this exists, and it will succeed if it doesn't. So this is the way you do counters with object caching, basically. So you attempt to add a 0, and then you increment it by 1. And so what happens is the URL key version, it will just get incremented every time you update a post. So if you update a post 5 times, bat cache clear URL will run 5 times, and this will get incremented 5 times. So the version will be 5. And then when advanced cache is attempting attempting to serve that file, it will compare the URL key version that it has in cache to the URL key version that is currently the most recent one. And if they're different, it will just probably not disregard, but mark or treat that cached entry as stale. Maybe still serve it. Probably will still serve stale if the setting is on. But yeah, this plugin looks much cleaner than the previous one. But it's also much simpler, because what it does, like the entire caching, like storing and retrieving stuff, is abstracted away by using the WordPress object caching API. So you just need to, you know, cache get, cache set, and cache increment, and then like just the caching logic of, you know, dealing with headers and cookies and authentication and things like that. It's here. WP Super Cache is a lot more complicated, of course, but it also has like a bunch more settings. It has a UI, even like this one doesn't even have a UI. All the configuration is done, well, here basically. Cool. So that's Batcache. Let's see if I can quickly take a look at Lightspeed. Oh no. I'm not sure I want to look into this. I might look at the advanced cache PHP. Where? Let me try and install it. I'm not going to activate it. I just want to look around the files. Lightspeed. Was it Lightspeed cache? Genlog, pretty sure from the file itself is included. Genlog, this plugin tries to solve race condition but still uses WP cache add / delete. Well, it is thread safe. Well, the WordPress's the WordPress's internal implementation isn't thread safe, of course, because you don't, you know, once you do WP cache add, you can do it in two separate threads and both will succeed. But if you look at memcache the object cache, any implementation basically, and look at function add, it's gonna get MC and it's gonna do MC add, and then MC add, memcache add, is gonna generate the key. It is going to result equals MC add. MC. MC. MC equals new memcache. And so then memcache, the memcache add method it's going to add an item to the server only if it doesn't exist. And so since the memcache server itself will be shared between the two separate threads that are gonna run concurrently, only one of the adds will succeed, and the second add, it'll fail. The memcache server will just reject it, I think, because memcache is single threaded, probably. So the locking, it kind of works, I think, but you have to have memcache. You have to have memcache. Redis add will also probably Redis add. S add. Adds a value to the set. Is there like a regular add? Add? No. So as add. Get set. There's also exists for this, and object scan keys, get keys, expire, rename, move, random key, get set, mget, increment, unlink, set. Oh, keys, get, set, what about add? Where did that come from then? Oh, well, that's a set. That's yeah. Oh. That's sets. Never mind. I guess you can. There should be like an option for set to maybe like. Oh, we'll set the key if it doesn't exist. So an X makes sure that the key, so this is the equivalent of a memcache add. It will return false if the key already exists. So this is also probably thread safe, but we never know. Anyway, so let me look at that light cache. At the light cache plugin. Plugins, Lightspeed cache. Lightspeed cache. Advanced cache.php. What? No advanced cache PHP? Dropped advanced cache PHP file detection and usage. This enables users to have two caching plugins enabled at the same time as long as the other plugin is not used for caching purposes. For example, using another cache plugin for CSS JS minification. So I guess this doesn't use advanced cache PHP at all. I'm curious. I want to activate it and like see what actually happens. Let me just do one thing. Oh, come on. I want to see what happens when I activate this plugin. There we go. What? Modified htaccess? Marker. Dynamic fonts. Cache key modify. Write rule, rewrite rule. Where does it rewrite it to though? Cache lookup on? Oh, okay. So it's a Lightspeed module for Apache. So the caching happens like in a completely different place. And my guess is that this plugin just, you know, maybe controls the cache key somehow. Well, I can't really see that. Object cache. This is weird. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It has a bunch of definitions. It has a bunch of CLI commands. Lightspeed CLI purge. Okay, so what does Lightspeed CLI purge do? Router action, create nonce, send an AJAX request to the site. Okay. Yes. Or action QS purge all. So it sends HTTP requests to admin ajax.php with the data. So kind of like I guess you would sort of like treat it kind of like a reverse proxy server. So like something like Varnish or Cloudflare, where you just treat it as a separate you know, server or service, and whenever you need to purge something, you're just firing HTTP calls to that server to purge a specific URL or a specific cache key. So yeah, this doesn't touch on WordPress's advanced PHP or output buffering or any of that stuff. I'm surprised though how huge this plugin is. Although like it's probably more of a helper to that Lightspeed module that does the actual caching. Lazy load. I guess it does some. Does have some additional features as well. Delete attachment. Yeah. Anyway, let's try and uninstall it. Wait, but why does it do define WP cache true if it doesn't add an advanced cache.php file, or does it? Anyway, whatever. Great commit messages today. So that was Lightspeed cache. WP fastest cache 1+ million. LP fastest cache activate. Action links. So this is a bunch of UI stuff. Where is the advanced cache file? Blue download, disable cron. Why would you disable cron? New post, Nginx, reload, timeout, toolbar. Here maybe? LP fastest cache create cache extends LP fastest cache. Why? Never mind. I don't want to look at it anymore. So we have a basic understanding, I guess, a basic idea of what we want to do with our own caching plugin. Let me just try and map this out real quick. So we're going to use advanced cache.php. We are going to use it because that is the way things work in WordPress. We are going to use output buffering. So we're going to do ob start and we're going to have a callback to grab the HTML generated by the request. We are going to store the cached files probably on the file system. I'm not sure where I want to Store the cache line. Or define LP cache checks and other plugins. It's not thread safe, thus it can't be thread safe. Yep, the unsafe part is where it does extra work because it tries to build and add the same key to the cache. Oh yeah. But it only does it if it acquires the gen log though. So, but yeah, not critical. Not critical. So we're going to use output buffering, and should we store the cached files in the database? Or I don't know, database seems a bit overly complicated. Maybe we should just start with like cache contents on the file system in like the OP content cache. WP content cache. So cache contents in the file system, WP content cache, purge cache when a post is published or updated. What else do we need? What else do we need? Unit tests maybe? No. I think this would be a pretty good start. Like maybe if we can sort of try and abstract this away, then maybe it would be easier to add an option to use like another backend for storage. Like maybe it can be file system by default, but then you can, you know, enable memcache or Redis or MySQL even. So I guess there has to be like a cleanup task, periodic cleanup task that would walk through the cache and delete the outdated stuff. We don't want the files to be there forever. And this is a good approach. Maybe we have an opportunity to use like an Excel redirect here. I should totally look into this. Because I kind of like how Supercache does it with the like folders and HTML files, but that removes the flexibility of, you know, unique cache keys. Because, you know, you can only have a single path in a specific URL. You cannot have a different path for a mobile request, or a different path for a, you know, a logged in request, or a different path for a user with you know, some sort of A/B test cookie that is pointing them to a different version of the homepage. You cannot have that in a file system where each file is in a folder according to its path, and it's an index HTML file. So maybe doing like hashed MD5 cached keys would give you the flexibility of you know, having different variations of the same page cached under different cached keys, but then also maybe you can serve them using XXL redirect. I wonder if Apache supports XXL redirect. it's probably Nginx only. Apache. There is no directly comparable functionality. There is accent file, but it does not support non-file system URL. So accent file should work, I guess. Including all optimization like caching headers. Or a map if configured. I don't know. Well, I guess it's if it doesn't work with XXL redirect, we can still serve the HTML file from PHP with like a read file or something. But yeah, so advanced cache PHP, output buffering, file system, purge cache when a post is updated, and periodic cleanup task. I guess this would be a good start. So let's dive into it. I guess should probably create a new repository. Oh. Page caching. A brand new page caching plugin, public. Should ignore license. GPL. General. New general public license. 2.0, 3.0, I don't care. And oh, of course there is a license. And let's add an advanced cache PHP file. That's all we need, I guess. Let's go. Git push. Yes. Okay. Advanced cache PHP. That's a good start. So first we do this. Then we do I am in advanced cache. I I guess it's on in config. Yeah. Okay, so where do we begin? Where do we begin? Output buffering. We begin from an OB start. Do we do a namespace? Let's do a namespace. I don't know, Codio, since we're doing this as part of the Codio training program. And let's do a so we'll need several different functions. I guess we will need a function to generate a key for the current request. We'll need a function to get. Let's do namespace caching. Let's do this. It'll be caching get, caching key, or cache. Function set. So it'll be a key value. Get set function delete. And OB start, and we'll do an OB back. Found. So like this probably. So the key is return array. Oh, we can do this. And we're gonna have the host, request method, we're gonna have HTTPS, let's do this request because we want to normalize it ideally. I'm gonna normalize it. Do I want to normalize the host as well? Maybe like str lower. Request. I'm gonna have cookies. Which we are going to normalize as well. And we're gonna have some headers, which we are going to also normalize. We are going to have a TTL. Give it 10 minutes. I guess we'll just cache everything. So for cookies and request URI, so we'll be cleaning up the cookies, I guess, or removing things like WordPress test cookie and whatnot. Let's do this. Let's var dump key. Rules. There's no error log. There is no error log. Or down. Am I using it wrong? Okay, I'm using it wrong. So it's var export probably. Var export or print R. My other favorite function. Okay. Key. So this is the key. 0 is HTTPS, it's a get caching.local. Cookies are empty and headers are empty. So if I go to and obtain a WordPress test cookie, which should be right here, then this will give me a WordPress test cookie. Okay. So this is the one I have to ignore. So let me clean it up for each person name value. Name. Just do it more. WordPress test cookie. If not in array for cookies, I'll just do this, I guess. Then add it to value. No given. How do I access a variable? Outside of Jesus. It's been a long time since I did this. Namespace access variable previous scope PHP. Namespace variable scope. Wait, I have to do this. No way. No way this will work. is it then like, no, wait, what? Class. It's not a class, of course not a class. Namespace. Global. Just write it as a class. Yeah, probably. Probably write it as a class. That would be easier. I mean, I can have like a config, right? Probably do this. And do this is over engineering though. Config nor cookies. This works. It's better than globals, and it's still using namespaces. So TTL ignore, and then I can also, like inside this config function, I can also add like the ability to read and merge config variables from other sources, like maybe read some constants in the WP config file to be able to maybe configure the plugin without having to actually edit this file. But we'll get to that later. Key ignore cookies. So cookies are ignored. Then maybe ignore query vars. Oh, is it UTM source? Oh, we wanna normalize it, I guess. So parse URL. Parse URL gives us the scheme, the path, the query, the fragment we don't care about because we'll never get it, the query, and then can we like normalize the query somehow? Or should we normalize the query? I guess we don't really need to, but we do want to remove some query vars. Okay, let's try and keep it simple for now. So this is clean up and normalize cookies, and this would be clean the URL query vars, and here we'll do the parse URL HTTP org. Does the request URI contain a slash? It does. So request server. So like this probably, and get the query. One and two. Okay. 1 and 2. Now we want to remove these. We want to remove these. So what was the other function that was the function that actually parses these query variables? It's the opposite of build query, I think. Oh wait, the opposite of build query is parse. Oh no, it's not. It's actually HTTP build query. Parse string, I'm guessing. Parse a string. So parse str query. Output. And does it work? Yes, it works. So you don't really need the request as part of the cache key, we just need the path. So parsed equals parse URL request what does parse give me? Okay, so path parsed path, and then parsed query. Query vars. Key value. If array key key is confusing. Anyway, query vars key value if in the array key and config ignore query vars. Then we're going to unset query vars key, like this. And then here I'm gonna have a path and query vars. Let's do this because it'll be easier to method. Host. It'll be easier to debug. Path. Query vars. Cookies. And headers. So method get host path query vars 1 2, and so if we say and UTM source equals Google and UTM campaign equals Yahoo, then the UTM source is not here, but the UTM campaign is here. So we add the UTM campaign here. And Yahoo is gone. UTM variables. Let's just add them all. UTM source, UTM medium, UTM campaign. We have UTM term and UTM content. Also g-click ID. I guess we need these as well. G-click ID. So GL, what was it? GC LID. FB. I don't know if these are actually useful though. Screw it. It's fine. We can add them later. Doesn't matter. Cookies header. So we have the cookies. We have the query vars. And so this will all be part of our key. Headers. Does WordPress? I should disable this linter, it's annoying. Where are my settings? I'm not sure what we're gonna do about the headers. I guess let's skip them for now. We might look into them a tiny bit later. But yeah, let's skip them for now. Get, set, delete, callback. This is where we get the callback. I guess this is where we get the cache. I mean, it can be a key. Cache key cached equals get key, which will return false. If not cached, rather if cached, then we're going to serve the cached version and return. Oh wait, no, this is OB callback. This is not where we do this. We have to do this earlier. This is where we set. This is where we set cache key. So to do check if request is cacheable, and then we're going to set key contents. Although the cache equals contents is contents. And time or created time what else do we need? Do we want like the elapsed milliseconds version, the little comment that we want to add to tell visitors how long the dynamic pages generate? I guess we don't really need it. So content, the cache contents, and when they were created. Or do we do like expires? Expires time plus config TL. So maybe created. I don't really need it. I guess we just need the expires date. But it's fine. So we're gonna set the cache, and we're going to return the contents, which is fine. We might also do a header x cache miss. Cache miss. So it's a cache miss for hello world. And that's about it. We just need the to do thing here. So set the key. Well, so we have the key, we have the value, so this is going to be cache, and then we know that the contents is in cache contents, and then the meta is in value contents, and then the meta value, then we remove and meta equals value. So now we have the contents, our HTML in the contents variable, and then everything else like the timestamps and stuff, they are in our meta variable, because we would probably want to store this separately if we want to use XXL redirect. So now what we are going to do is wp-mkdir. Is it a function or was it defined somewhere else? wp recursively directory creation based on full path. What does it do though? Is stream? What? To not allow path traversals? Target parent is their name. Get the permissions. Wait, it's going to create with this permission? I don't want it to create with this permission. Let's try it out. Let us try it out. WP content dir error log and just echo home app public WP content slash cache slash Quadrio. Let's do this. So this is going to be our cache dir. And we are going to WP mkdir p our cache dir. What does it return? Is it page caching? Hey Vladimir, yes, it's well, it's not caching it yet, but it will be page caching, yes. So WP mkdir p will return either true or false. Really? Okay, what? Can I view on track? mkdir p. Full path to attempt to create will attempt to set permissions on folders, whether the path was created, true if it already exists. Okay, so if not, then return false. Return true. City content cache is here. Gojo is here. Then the permissions are fine. Why Was it like bit masking them or something? Oh. So we can use LEPMK there. The key. So actually, maybe add the key here as well. Oh, do we want this to be compatible with Windows as well? Probably not. But key, so we'll actually want to create... No, we don't want... It's gonna be a file though. Want to be a portion of the key to not end up with like a bazillion .exe. Well, because Windows has the slashes in a different, so we have to do like PHP directory separator or something like that. I don't really want to do it. So key, what do you call it? So Nginx has this Nginx CGI cache path, I think. Why is this in Russian? Okay. Levels. So levels allows you to do this. Each level accepts values of 1, 2 from 1 to 3. The levels parameter defines hierarchy levels of cache from 1 to 3. So 1 and 2. Do I want to go this route or they're bucketing? Yeah, because otherwise you will just end up with like a million hashes in a single folder, and right, the file system will just start yelling at you if you do that. And I think there's a limit on some file systems on the amount of nodes you can have in a single directory. But maybe just take the last 2, I guess. Would be okay. Oh wait, the cache key. Okay. So the cache key isn't really a string at this point. Cache key equals JSON encode key and do MD5. What is faster? Is it MD5 versus... I'm not getting into this though. MD5, and then what do you want to call it? Level equals substring of the cache key at -2, I guess. Was it substring? Sub str php sub str offset to 0 -2. 0 -2. Something like this. And then this is where we put the level. We do this. I wanted it to look prettier. It's probably -2. Yes. So we created the cache directory. We are now going to fopen. Do we really need fopen? Can we just fput file put contents? The function is identical to calling fopen, fwrite, and fclose successively to write data to a file. So I need file put contents, but I also need locx, I think. This is not identical, huh? But I'm gonna have two files. I'm going to have the HTML file and then also a meta file. So maybe I should have single lock for them both. So lock the meta file, write the meta file, write the HTML file, and then unlock the meta file. That will probably be better than just I can use file put contents for the HTML file. So file put contents on cache dir dot cache key dot html. I don't want an exclusive lock on it though. And I'm going to put the contents there. And for flags, I'm gonna use a locx. But then I'm going to fopen. Wait, can I just flock between the fopen and x is create an open for writing only. Place the pointer at the beginning of the file. If the file exists, it will it will attempt to create it. Okay, so this is not what we need. We do need flock. Flock. So we're going to have a file fopen cache dir cache key dot meta, and this is also going to be JSON encode. And we're going to open it for writing plus. Wait, would the X actually allow us to not have to do the manual locking? I don't know. A write plus. So a write plus will just like overwrite everything, right? A W plus, a write plus. Open a file for writing. Oh, for reading and we just need writing. Open a file for writing. Place at the beginning of the file and truncate the file to 0 length. So we need write. We need just a write, and then we need to obtain if not f lock exclusive, then we return. I mean, we have to f close it, I guess, and return false. Like we weren't able, it was a race condition and we weren't able to write the file. Does it return something though? I need to unlock it. Close. Okay, so open the meta file and acquire a lock. So this is what we're doing here, and this is release the locks. Release the lock. This is where we release the lock and then return true, because then the caching was well, the writing was successful. And now here we do fwrite to the file. I don't want to call it f. Well, it is a file handle, so fwrite, and it's just bytes. I have to specify a length. If the length argument is given, writing will stop after length bytes have been written, or the end of the string. Oh, okay, so it's don't really need to supply the length. So then the string goes here. Contents. Oh no, not the contents. This is going to be the meta. So maybe here, write the metadata and release the lock. So we're going to open the meta file for writing. We're going to acquire a lock. We're going to write the HTML contents to a different file. Then we're going to write the metadata, and we're going to close the file, and then we're going to release the lock. I wonder if this will work. Bam! Something worked. Let's put the key there as well. In here, debug. Let's add the debug. Debug. Then it would kind of become public. Although there is nothing sensitive in. No, there is. There's a bunch of sensitive stuff there. Okay, let's do this. Let's do key. And let's do a to-do remove. Here it is. So the path is hello world. There are no query vars. There are no cookies. And there are no headers. It's created at it expires. and then the actual file is, I guess I can open it in Vim HTML. There it is. Bam. Hello world caching. Hello world caching. Hello world caching. Cool. So now what we want to do is the get function, I'm guessing. We're writing the contents, so we need to get the contents, and then we need to do some routines to clean them up. But I'm gonna remove this from here for now, just in case I forget. Xcache miss, and set check of the request. Oh well, we have to implement this as well. Do we need a new function? I guess function serve. What was that sound? There was a sound. It was a beeping sound. Let me check real quick. I never wanted to create my own caching plugin, but always wanted to learn how to properly configure the ones already available. Well, once you do create your own caching plugin, then you'll have no problem configuring any other caching plugin because you will know how it works. All right, so function serve, and then we're gonna call the function right here. Do we need the OB start? Yeah. So first we attempt to serve, and only then, if the serve is unsuccessful, then we start the output buffering. Serve. We kind of need the headers here as well, probably. To do add custom headers, probably. Function serve. Okay, so key is key, always. A key is a key. A cache is get key. That's where we retrieve an object from cache. If not cache, then return. Nothing's in cache. If cache X expires, is less than time, then return. This is an expired entry. Header x cache expired. So echo cache contents and probably serve cache headers and header x cache hit and die, my favorite function. That is my favorite function. Ooh, yeah, thanks for the follows on Twitch. Nice. So echo cache contents and die. Do we want to? Do we want to send the cache key as a header as well? Probably not. Like maybe for debug purposes later, but for now, no. And serve. So this is our serve function. There is nothing else we need to do here, I think. It's not gonna work because this returns false. So here we are going to cache key equals md5 JSON encode key. Does JSON encode respect the order? Or can it encode flags for subject, x quote, x tag, invalid UTF ignore, invalid UTF substitute, numeric check, partial output in error, 0, 0, thrown error, unescaped Unicode, unescaped slashes, unescaped line terminators, JSON pretty print. I wonder if it like JSON encode variable order ordering. Right, so you're observing this behavior because your array does not contain integer and sequential keys. So JSON encode maps it to a JSON object. Okay, so if I have numeric zero-based integer keys, then it becomes an array. Can I force it? Well, I can't force it to be an array. It has to be an object if I'm using if I'm using string keys, right? JSON code key. We'll find out, I guess. I guess we will find out. Cache key. So we are going to just do file get contents directly. We're gonna get flagged by a bunch of security plugins. File name, offset length to file, except that file get contents returns the file in a string starting at the specified offset and up to length bytes. On failure, file get contents will return false. This will use memory mapping techniques if supported by your operating system to enhance performance. What about read file though? Outputs a file, reads a file and writes it to the output buffer. Will not present, read file will not present any memory issues even when sending large files on its own. If you encounter an out of memory error, ensure that output buffering is off. You should not read file when an output buffer is open. A URL can be used wrapper. What is f pass through? Output all remaining data on a file pointer. Reads so I kind of don't want the contents here, right? Cache contents. This is tricky. Array values. Don't array values in. Oh yeah, I could do array values. You're right. I could do array values, but I kind of want to keep them here for now, just because it's easier for me to go in and like read the meta files and see what is what. But yeah, array values will totally work for preserving the order. So I'll probably have to split the cache. So cache key here will read the meta. Cache dir equals wp content dir cache Codrio level, and this is gonna be the level. Be the level, and then file get contents cache dir and cache key dot meta JSON decode and associative is a true. And then in meta, what I'm gonna do is contents path or contents equals cache dir dot cache key dot html. What if it's a text file? What if it's like a robots.txt file? Okay, we'll to do not HTML and return meta, I guess. Cache meta cache contents. Do this instead. Okay, so maybe not contents, but like data path or file name. And return cache. So cache meta, like if not meta, then return false, and then return cache. Set. Do I have to do a file exists check on WP on file get contents? File get contents. Am I gonna get like a bunch of warnings? David Heckler, where's your function comments? Yeah, I was gonna write unit tests for that, but decided not to. So function comments, I mean, yeah, my code doesn't need commenting. I'm joking. I will write some comments before I commit this, so no worries. But where was I? So file get contents can actually return this function returns the red data or false on failure. And it could be an empty response. So contents or meta contents equals, we have to do this first. JSON file get contents, and if false is JSON, return false. Oh, it can't not be, because this is the meta, right? This is the meta. We don't really care. There's always going to be something in the meta. But if we pass PHP, if we pass JSON decode false, null. Okay, so it should be fine. This way should be okay. A-okay. So if not meta, return false. So if this is null or if it's false, it will return false. This is fine. Get. So now once in serve, okay, David, this is for you. Serve a cached version of a request if available. Return null. So this is our cache. Well, there are no params. It's empty. There are no params. Cache get. So if there's no cache, if it's false or null, we're just going to return a cache miss, because then the OB callback will kick in. Here we'll turn an X cache expired. So here we have a cache hit. So what we're going to do here is the file name is a cache file name, and we're going to I don't know like how portable read file is. Outputs reads a file and writes it into the output buffer. So wait, where was the comment about the memory problem? Oh, okay. On its own, will not present any memory issues when. So it probably buffers it in memory and doesn't like read the entire file into memory, which is good, which is what we want. So now what we're going to do is read file. Does it return anything? Returns the number of bytes. Fine. Read file, cache file name, like this. I'm guessing. I am guessing. So curl https code or caching local. Force. Wait, what is this? Something is wrong. Oh wait, no, this is xdebug. Never mind. What is xdebug telling me then? File get contents failed to open stream. Okay. So I do have file get contents. So I have to stat the file first. PHP stat. So stat equals cache dir cache key dot meta. I can just do meta file name. File name, and then I don't really need stat though, right? Can I just check what file exists? What if it's admin scripts.php? Yeah, it could be. Could be. Well, only if admin scripts then loads the advanced cache. But ultimately, yeah, it doesn't have to be a .html file. It can be a .anything. It can be a .js file, which is rendered with PHP for whatever reason. Check if the file exists on first load. It won't have a file to get contents of. Yeah, so I can check file exists, and file exists probably uses the same file system stat cache, or maybe PHP has an internal stat cache. The results of this function are cached. Clear stat cache for more details. Cached by what though? PHP caches the information those functions return in order to provide faster performance, or in certain cases you might need to clear the cache information. For instance, if the same file is being checked multiple times within a single script, so it's per run. And the file is in danger of being removed or changed during. So there's still gonna be a race condition no matter what I do, I guess. Unless, but I don't want to read lock. I don't want a read lock. I think a read lock would be overkill. Stat and file exists use the same cache. Cool. So I just do file exists, or rather, if not, just return false. Of course, there is a fatal error on line 52. This is PHP 9, folks. No worries. Okay, so how did I get a hit already? How do I get a hit already? Can I get a miss? I can get a miss. Can I get a hit? I can get a hit. Nice. Can I get a miss? There's a miss, and there's your hit. And this is being cached as well, so this is working. But the problem here is that, oh, it's text HTML though. What is the response? The response is nothing, and the headers are. There's nothing in the headers, but we'll deal with this later. What I wanted to check is the robots txt file, because this is gonna be a miss, and it's a document. Then it's gonna be a hit, and it's a document. So the extension I picked doesn't like really matter. Oh wait, whoa. So the content type. I think the content type was different. So here the content type is text plain. So I need to cache. I need to write these as well. Content type. Content type mainly, because when I refresh this, then I will get like text HTML, whatever basically Nginx thinks the contents of the file are, which is, I guess it thinks it's text HTML, but it really should be text plain. So what I'm gonna do is the content type headers. So how do I get headers sent? Headers headers list returns a list of response headers sent or ready to send. Yes, this is what I need. So for each headers list as oh no. We have to parse them. And the response code. So I need the response code as well. HTTP response code. Before I forget, get or set the HTTP response code. So I need this here. Code, and I need headers list as a header. Now I need to parse the header. Is there a PHP function to parse header? PHP. Oh, WordPress has a function. Parse header WP. Of course. HTTP parse headers. Parses HTTP headers into an associative array. Okay. Wait, but headers list returns an array, right? So cookie. Oh, it even does this. I guess I don't really or maybe I do. I don't know. Header. So headers is header. So we're gonna have a whitelist of headers, I guess, if str2 lower header do I want it to be configurable? Probably not, because it's really just the content type header, right? So whitelist headers equals content type, and then if the header geez, what is the best you can probably write the extension and content type into Meta. Yeah. For sure. I don't really need to write the extension though, because I don't really care about the extension. I don't know the extension. I might have an extension. I might have just a path without anything. So instead of using .html, I will just use like .data or something, or .cache. But yeah, the content type I do need to write it to the meta, and I can probably get it from the key. Okay, so let's see, headers list as header. If the header, do I try and parse it out until the first column? How does let me see. I know Batcache had something dealing with parsing headers. Header, uncached header, transfer encoding. Well, the transfer encoding, I think this this will come from Nginx, because Nginx will decide whether to gzip the result or not, right? Use it as is and output as is. Get all headers. Fetch all HTTP request header. Fetches all HTTP requests from the current request. Thank you, sir. 7.3 minimum. Oh, these are request headers. Yeah. I don't need. Well, I have the request headers in the server super global though. So I don't need these headers. What I need is the response headers, because those are the ones that I need to keep, and those are the ones that I need to serve back when I'm serving a cached request. So here's what Batcache does. Do headers, merge. What? What is this? Header, status header. Right, but I understand that I need to store it as is. I'm not looking to modify it. But what I'm looking is a way to obtain it as key. So this is they just check it with an str pause. Would that override the cache header though? Well, the thing is, so do robots. Let me check. It's an includes, I guess. Do robots. Functions. Do robots. Here's the thing. The do robots function inside of WordPress, it sends this header. It sends a header with content type text plain to the output. So when I'm requesting a robots.txt file without a cache, I am getting that header from this do robots function. This is the function that sends me this header inside of PHP. Here it is. Response headers, content type text plain. But then when I hit it again, this do robots function never runs. So then it's my duty as the caching plugin to make sure that this header is sent to the visitor whenever they're getting a cache hit. And this is not happening right now because when I refresh this page, I'm getting a content type text HTML. And this is not set by PHP, this is set by Nginx. Because Nginx is just, you know, it's a wild guess of what the content type looks like based on, you know, maybe the file extension and the contents in the buffer. But this is coming from Nginx. So at this point, I lost the header that came from PHP. This is why I want to fetch all the headers that were sent or that are about to be sent by PHP and pluck some of those headers out and store them as metadata for the cached entry, so that then later I can send them again to the customer. And it will override with whatever Nginx. Well, it's Nginx sending the content type because PHP is not sending a content type. So if I send the content type as PHP, Nginx will not override it. It will not touch it. But if it's empty, then Nginx is just doing the guesswork. So headers list as headers if I can just do str pause reserved variable HTTP response header. HTTP response header array is similar to the get headers function. Well, these are all of them though. Wait, what? No, these are for remote. These are for remote requests though. This is when you do things like file get contents or fopen with a remote URL, and it will do an HTTP request for it. Then I guess the HTTP response header will contain, you know, information about that request. Because without this, there's no way to know whether this file get contents returned like a 403 status code or whatever. This is where this comes into play. I got the function. The function is it's headers list. The function is headers list. And this is the same function that is that Batcache is using. So it does explode. It does explode. I guess I can do this. I guess I can do this. This is quite neat, actually, I think. Cache headers. Uncached headers. So I'm guessing that by default, I should just have a blacklist here. Let's see what happens if we don't do that. Enters as header. List AV. So it's explode header on a colon and a maximum of 2, and then key value and I guess I want to trim it as well. I want to trim all of them. And then headers key equals value, like this, I'm guessing. So this is how we get the headers in. Why does bat cache ignore header, not headers? Yeah, no, this comes from here, and then it's put into here. So maybe like, well, that will make it even more confusing. Never mind. Tiny code. Why is it ignoring the uncached headers? Uncached headers. Why is it ignoring transfer encoding? Where does transfer encoding come from anyway? Like, WordPress doesn't send transfer encoding. Does PHP send it? Yeah, like there's no header transfer encoding. Where does it come from? But if it comes from Nginx, then it can't really end up in PHP though, right? Anyway, let's see what is gonna be stored. Let's do headers. Serve cache headers. So for each cache headers, we are going to do a header as as header as name value. Wow, this is confusing. Header name value. Is this how it works? Is this how it works? And then we override, because it's going to be served with the cache x cache miss header, and then we're just going to override it with x cache hit. There's a miss, there's a hit. Bam. Invalid arguments applied for each on 145. Cache headers as, of course, headers, key headers. Nope. Got a hit though. Let's see, 27. This is what does this even mean? Oh, it's a colon. Nice. I think I screwed up with the explode somewhere. Of course. Try again. Why does it have to be 1 though? RTFM. Explode foo bar. No, you're wrong, mister. See? You are wrong, Mr. Gennady. The limit, if the limit is set and positive, the returned array will contain a maximum of limit elements. A maximum of limit elements. Stop wasting my time, man. Okay, so where was I? So remove the cache. Remove the cache. Cannot remove star. And try again, bam. Okay. Wait, it's still a miss. It's always a miss. This is why it works. 69 A9 meta. Headers X powered by link content type C6F. Oh, and this is probably the web icon. Let me add this stuff here. And see how this works. Do I have the contents though? So I have the robots.txt contents. I have the headers. I have the headers. Facebook stream ended. There's probably like a limit of an hour or something. I didn't even think that Facebook stream would work. Can you just leave a comment on that post with the link to YouTube and Twitch? Is Twitch still going? Twitch is still going. Text link, character set. So it's not returning. Check out the request is cache var dump cache die. Let's do this. the key, I can't have response headers as part of the key though. Like this can't be here. These can be like, these can be request headers, but they can't be as part of the key. The cookies can. Request headers can, but the response headers cannot. So I have to move them. I have to move them in. And this can also not be here. Okay, so set this is where we can get the headers. This is where we get the headers. This is where we get the response code. And we don't really need this, I guess. I'll have to leave it here for now. A miss. It is still a miss. This key. So the key set headers. Header list key. Jesus, no. List header name and header value, or just name value is fine. Name value. Okay. At least I'm getting a hit. And now for each cache headers, oh, headers is empty here. Oh, that's the key though. But headers is still empty. Why? Is headers list here? Supply resource is not a valid stream resource on line 92. type text HTML, text plain. So there.cache key.meta on line 92. Does fclose automatically unlock it? The lock is released also by fclose. Okay, so we don't really need this. So these are my my headers, powered by link, the content type, text plain. Oh, of course. Headers. Yes, nice. Nice. So I'm sending the headers, probably not sending the response code. The optional will set the response code. Okay. So cache code, it's cache code. So cache code to set the response code. So set the response code, the HTTP response code, and send headers. So now if I go and visit a page that is not found, I will get a 404, which is a cache miss. If I visit it again, I will still get a 404 with a cache hit. Nice. Cool. Let's add some comments, I guess, for people asking in Slack. Config. Caching configuration variables or settings. It's gonna return an array. Oh wait, it's gonna return. It's gonna have a param. Is it string key? Key, the value for the supply key. And it's going to return next. Generate a cache key object or array, cache key array. Return array. Get a cached item by key or on string key. The key array, and then return bool or array, I think. And then meta data array of a cached object or false if not found. Set cached cache an item. Set params array. This is not a string. This is an array. Okay. I mean, it can be a string though. I could just don't really use anything else here. Set a cache item, array key, the request key, param mixed value, the cache item to store. Return bool true on success. Delete will be callback. The main output buffer callback. Contents buffer contents. Return string same contents. Okay, this is looking good. Let's commit it. Lots of progress. So what's next? So we got cache misses, we got cache hits. We probably need to identify places where we don't want to store. Where we don't want to store the cache. Oh, I didn't remove this one. Remove me. Check if the request is cacheable. So this is where we are going to bail and not cache the request if there are certain conditions that might need to prevent for the request from being cached. Example, if it's an admin request or if it's a logged in user. So for example here, headers list, like if name is, if str name is set cookie, right, then we don't want to, then we just return. We don't want to cache anything at all, and it's going to be x cache skip. Maybe if skip, then header x cache skip return, and skip is true. So if I have a set cookie header, then we skip. If we have, do we have cache control cookies in WordPress? Cache control, master validate, cache control, no cache, public, cache control, no cache. So if on break, we don't need to keep looping. If str to lower name is equal to cache control and no, and str pause, I can never remember the arguments to str pause. Oh, this is incognito. Caching local. Caching local. I'll probably close a bunch of these. And what was I looking for? str pause. str pause. Haystack needle. It's haystack. So value, no cache, probably str I pause, because I don't care about it returns false, and false is not equal, or is not equal to false, then skip true. Break. So if there is a cache control header and the value of that header contains no cache, then we skip. Then we skip. Ignore cookies, WordPress test. Ah, this is where. Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It's not going to be in every cookie. It's just on the login page. So the login page is never going to be cached, which I guess is fine. And it's broken. Skip. Skip, but no response. Skip. Oh. Skip. But this is gonna be skipped, which is fine. This is gonna be cached. This is gonna be cached. And if I log in though, caching local. If I'm logged in, I will get a skip because WordPress is smart enough to send the no cache headers. You can also look for max age equals 0 though. You can also look cache control, then if for stri pause value max age equals 0, then we do the skip. Nested ifs, my favorite programming technique in the world. So skip, these requests are all going to be skipped because there is a user that is logged in. And if I log out, I will get a skip on the login page, which I'm fine with. If I go back to the home page, it's a miss. Why is it a miss? What? Oh. Let's cache vary. There's an extra. How can I delete it? How can I delete it? Nope. Cookies. Delete. And now I should be getting the cache hits without that cookie anyway. Cache hit. Cool, so now I can log in. This one is skipped and log in. I get a skip. What I should also do is skip if server request method. I have the request method in the key though as well. So, request method str to upper, if not in array, get and head. I am going to skip equals true. I don't need a break here. Request method, skip through. What are some other scenarios where we could skip? Code, the response code, I guess. Like if HTTP response, if HTTP response code um 200 301 302 404 then skip. I guess this is fine. So status. What did we do? So add some routines to skip caching and this cache, output buffering, cache contents into the file system, XXL redirect. So I don't know. Let me rename the HTML stuff. .html to .data. .data. Probably need to delete the cache and check if it still works. It still works. Let's run a quick performance test to see if what we're doing actually helps. Do we need this? Do I have AB? I have AB. HTTPS caching local hello world. So it's 7 milliseconds per request. Okay, so let's try and just like return, like disable the plugin, and let's run a test. Now this is way slower. This is so much slower. This is 46 requests per second. 46 requests per second. The time per request is about 200 milliseconds. So 46 requests per second without the caching, and then with the caching it's gonna be like a bazillion. It's 1400 requests per second, 7 milliseconds per request. But this is also because we have the first page, the hello world page cached already. But if we don't have it cached already, it might take, like, the first few requests might take a little bit longer. Okay, it's not 1400, it's 1300, and then it's back to 1400. So not that big of a difference. The caching, the first request caching is still pretty fast, and I think we got no errors. So failed request 0, failed request 0. So they all went through, which is nice. So performance-wise, it's in good shape. I think though, if we can do XXL redirect and do it properly, we can get this significantly higher. Like, really. Oh, I don't know, it's still have to hit PHP though. So I'm not sure about significantly higher. But let's do a quick test and replace the file, send file. Send file. Where is send file? Oh, it's read file. Let's replace it to echo file get contents cache file name, and let's see what happens. So this was 1400. This is gonna be 1400. It's actually, oh no, it's not faster. Around the same. And the files are very small. They fit into memory anyways. Probably buffering at around the size of the file. So it doesn't really matter, at least for small files, whether it's read file or file get contents. But what we can do is try a header XO redirect to cache file name. Wow. Wait, it's a miss. Internal server. I thought it worked. Like, I would be surprised if it worked just like instantly. So I'm guessing we have to look at the Nginx logs. Rewrite or internal redirection cycle while internally redirecting to redirect. What is accent file? Which depends on an application header. So, what is the file name? It's this. What if I do like this? What? Redirect. Does it exist though? It's empty. Why is it empty? Oh, probably because it was written to. So it kind of works, but it has to be relative to. So it has to be WP content dir, but like relative to. Relative to the document root. ABS path WP content. So we have to remove the ABS path from WP content dir. So redirect location equal redirect location equals cache file name, but then we are going to str replace ABS path search replace subject, search replace subject, and the ABS path has a trailing slash, so replace it with a slash and cache file name, and then we'll do a redirect location here. So this should work in theory. Content cache hello world, but nothing in Xcache. So it served the Xcache hit header, but not the well, it served the XXL redirect header, but the Xcache hit header got lost. Which I'm guessing is going to be similar to similar problem here. So this is an X cache miss, and this is an X cache nothing. But we do have the content type header here, which is correct. And so XXL. So it kind of works, but I think it drops some. It drops some headers. X read file and X send file, I think. Send file in X. Note that the following HTTP headers aren't modified by Nginx. If some of these header lines are not set, then they will be set by the redirected response. The application can also have control over the process, sending the following headers prior to XXL redirect. Hide headers from upstream servers when using XXL redirect. Ignore content type headers when using XXL redirect. Proxy hide header. It's like fast CGI hide header. Header. Hide header, ignore headers. Internal redirect. I don't know. Well, I mean, it kind of works, but what I also want to know is what is the performance, what are the performance implications? It's still at 1300-ish, 1400. So it's not really that different. And the problem is that I'm still hitting PHP. So XXL redirect doesn't really help here, at least with small files, which HTTP requests are, or HTTP responses, or static HTML. So it's not even worth trying to get it to actually, why is it miss? Okay, it's not worth trying to get it to work well. I mean, it kind of works, but it doesn't work well because it drops a bunch of headers and stuff, which I don't really want. But the request per second is the same, so it's not worth it. Read file is fine. Read file is capable of, you know, reading and buffering a file just as easily as Nginx can do it through XXL redirect. Like the 7 milliseconds are spent very likely in all of the different places inside PHP, in WP settings, in initializing some of the WordPress stuff, in just loading PHP and connecting to PHP altogether. So maybe it's like a few nanoseconds to actually serve the contents of the cached file. So XXL isn't really helping unless again it was a big file. If it's a big file that requires people to like actually download it, like if it was a zip file or a large image or something, then maybe it will make sense using XXL redirect, because Nginx is more efficient in serving you know, static files, especially things like images. But not only that, it will also free up a PHP worker to do something else. But given the 6-7 millisecond request time, I'm totally happy with whatever read file is doing. So let's leave it at that for now. If I don't do anything, it's gonna be the same. Like if I don't do anything at all, I'm not even reading the file, I'm not accessing the file system, it seems like a tiny bit faster at 6.9. Well, it's not really faster, just a margin of error, I guess. 6.8, 6.9, and then with the read file is HTML transferred one, it's 15 megabytes, and it's still 6.8. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. This is really, really, really fast. There's literally no way to do this any faster. This is not the bottleneck. Like if we want to optimize something, we should be looking elsewhere, not this line. But anyway, so XXL redirect, purge cache when a post is published or updated. This is going to be a bit tricky. Oh, I don't know if expired caches work. Let me check. Let me set the TTL to like 10 seconds. Hello world. Ooh. Miss. Hit. 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 Miss. Hit. So it doesn't serve an expired. Because it gets overwritten by the miss. Can do expired equals false. Oh wait, X. Cache headers. This is OB callback. I don't really want. Like maybe I can call the miss from somewhere else. Like here. Like here. Like this should work. Expired, and then a hit. A hit, a hit, a hit. Expired, hit. And if I do this, I will get a miss. And then I will get a hit. And in about 10 seconds, I should get an expired. Expired. Cool. Yep. Fix expired cache header. And then we're going to set the TTL back to 600-ish. So expiration works. Now we need a purging mechanism. We need a purging mechanism. Okay, so how are we going to purge? We have all these different cache keys. We could do what kind of like what Petcache does, but we could also do an interesting thing I saw with flags. With flags. Printed flags. Let me check this thing real quick. Actually, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. And after the break, we will continue on purging. I'm gonna try and implement purging with flags, which is a really interesting technique. And then if there's still time and energy, I might look into the cleaning up thing. So yeah, see you in 5 minutes. Change this. Nope. This back in 5.
Yo.
And we're back. So how's your caching plugin coming along?
Did you record that?
No.
So how's the caching plugin coming along?
So I got some help here in Discord. This is my brother Kennedy.
Yo, what's up? What's up?
He's going to help me finish up this little project. So yeah, I don't know if I can put a video.
You wanna try? You wanna try?
I guess. I mean, I can. Like, it's not a video capture device, right?
Wait, no video cameras? 1 second. I wasn't really ready for. Let's see.
I think it has to be like an external source or something. So I'm not really sure how that's gonna work. Oh well, I see you. I see you in Discord, but I don't know how to put your picture.
So in OBS, I think you can capture a window and capture that window.
Oh.
So it's going to be window capture. There's window capture, X composite.
I can pop you out. And
or that.
and I can set it always on top. It's gonna be in my way though, so I can put you somewhere here. Wait.
I'm pretty sure you can just capture that as a window inside OBS, and you can place me without looking at me.
Okay. Let me try.
There's like a window capture. If you, it's the last one, window capture. That should work.
Okay.
And then you just figure out which window you want to capture. I can see your Slack now.
Oh.
I don't know. Probably the captured window is Slack and not Discord. Okay, that's better.
No, it's Can I capture an area?
An area of a window?
Of a screen? I guess, yeah.
No, but you can capture a window and then crop it. You can crop the capture. When you add a new window capture, you select the window, and all you have to do is just crop it.
Okay. Bless you.
Yep, and now you just need to crop that. But if you pop that out, that should also be a window, right?
I didn't find it.
Really?
Yeah.
Pop out. Let me see. I'm also experimenting. Okay. No, I found it. It's called error. I found it locally, and it's called error.
Just error?
Yes, it's error. The very last it's gonna be called error for some. Well, on my machine, it's called error, and that's the window. Yes, the window is called error. I don't know why.
I saw an error there, but I was scared to select it.
No, I wasn't scared to select it, and it worked.
It might just crash OBS. So screen capture, add a screen capture. Wait, no, this is screen capture.
You need a window capture.
Window capture. Okay. I see. Nice.
Yep. There we go. File, edit, health view. Okay. So one thing I noticed on line 119, you are not unlocking the file. Why?
I had an error. A warning that I was trying to unlock a file. I was trying to release a lock that is no longer there. And then I went to read about fclose. So fclose releases the lock.
Okay.
Which is why I commented it out.
Okay, so we don't really need it, right?
Yep.
Okay. What are these flags you're thinking of doing?
Wait, I need to crop your video because I can see your menu. I can see file, edit, view, and help.
That's your menu, not mine.
Yes. So like 20 pixels, 30?
Yeah, probably 40. Yeah.
Okay, so with flags, this is quite an interesting concept. So when you want to invalidate a cached entry, you don't really have that many options, right? Because the request key consists of a bunch of different things, including query variables and cookies. And so if two different people land on the same post, say it's the hello world post, right? So this post, one of them lands with a query parameter of 1. This is going to be one cached key. So he's going to get a miss, and then he's going to get a hit. The second user will land with a query var of 2. Will also get a miss, and then also get a hit. So these two are in two different, in two separate cache buckets.
Yep.
But we need a way to clear them both at the same time. Because we know that they're both about hello world, and there may be dozens of different cached items with unique cache keys, given like cookies and query variables and everything else. But we want to be able to clear them all. So what we can do is what Batcache does. Batcache GitHub. What Batcache does is it has this request URL Where was it? So they have a normalized URL. P equals, there it is. So Batcache permalink. And they have a normalized URL for the current request.
Ah, okay.
And that way, what you can do in WP admin, when you're editing a post or when you're creating a new post or whatever, what Batcache does is it will have the permalink to that post, and that permalink is normalized across all of the different cache keys that Batcache can contain for that particular post. So it has a URL version, which is just an integer, also stored in cache, and every time you want that cache for that particular post to be updated, it just increments this version. So it's it basically increments like the normalized URL. It increments the normalized URL, it updates its version, but then there may be multiple cache objects with each one of them will have a unique cache key, but all of them will have the same URL version, which can or can not be, expired or invalid. So what I was thinking is doing something similar, but instead of limiting it to the permalink, just do it, more flexible and have it be whatever flag you want to have. It can be, it can have a flag of a home page. Every time you want to flush the home page, you just say flush the home page. You can have 10 different RSS feeds, and every time you want to flush the RSS feeds, all of them, you flush the RSS feed flag. And you can have a post ID of 1 for the hello world post, and when you want to flush all the variants, all the cached objects for that particular post, you flush the flag post ID is 1. So instead of like relying on a normalized version of the permalink, it would just be relying on arbitrary flags that we define and that we control and that we can use to flush the caches. So in here we would need to add these flags from a different place though, because in here inside advancedcache.php we don't really know like whether it's a singular post or a category or a tag or whatever.
Right.
But what we could do is here a function called flag.
Set or set flag, something like that.
Or flag. It's a verb.
Okay.
Flag and flag. A verb and a noun in the same line. And so what this is going to do is it'll probably like set some flags for this particular request, and then when we're in the output buffer callback in the cache, we are going to add these flags. Right? So I'm gonna retrieve them later, but we will have these flags and we will store them in the metadata of the cache. So now I wonder if I can use because I remember they fixed it. Can I use like add action here? I probably can, because look, in settings PHP before loading advanced cache, it loads plugin PHP, and
I can see plugin PHP. Yeah,
it
I can see.
defines them. So I can do add action, template
Yep.
redirect. I have to do this because I'm in a namespace. Probably do. Add action, template redirect. Is single. Is single. Then what we're going to do is we're going to flag post, get the ID.
Doesn't is single return an ID? No.
No, it's wait.
Okay. It's just a bool. Okay. And you have his archive. You'll flag it as an archive, right?
Yeah, like, and if like is front page, then or like is home, then we can like flag home. If like is there is feed. If is feed, then flag feed. So is single is for posts only though, right?
You should probably early return there. Short circuit.
Singular. I think it's singular. Using single post of any post type. Yeah, so if is singular, return flag. Return flag.
Yeah, just return there.
Flag. What if it's a post but also a home page? Can't return here. Because it can be a page set as the home page. Then it's going to be singular, but it's also going to be a home page. But anyway, let's keep it like this for starters.
Yep.
And then flag. We want to like a static. Flag equals null. Static flags. If flags and flags equals array and flags flag, and then return flags if flag. So it's either going to add a flag if you give it a flag,
or return, yeah,
or return all the flags. So we can use the same function here.
Yeah.
Flag. And then if we want to like purge cache by URL, we can also do it through like custom flags or something. Not sure. Oh, we'll get to that later. So I have the flags now. Let me see if these work. Bam. Line 5. On Kishin. Expired. Hit. I don't know what the cache thing is. Let me delete all of them. Let me go to Hello World. Flags, post 1.
Looks good.
Let me go to the home page. Flags, home. And let me go to the RSS feed. So RSS feeds also have their internal caching by WordPress in like a transient or something. So this is not a guarantee. F3. Flags. Oh, this is the five icon. Oh no, it's not. Skip. Skip. Why is it skipped? It's skipped. It's not being cached.
There's a 304 not modified from Nginx.
Oh. Probably from WordPress because WordPress does the caching as well. Yep, you're right. So 304. Miss, hit. So now 80, 83. Why is the data? Why is it empty? This is weird.
Flags is empty.
У меня сейчас скайп один.
Why is it cancelled? And no response.
Cancelled probably by the browser. It got cached by the browser. That's why it says cancelled. Disable cache in the browser.
No, it's.
For not modified.
Okay. Now I'm getting it. I don't know what that was. And the flag is a feed. Okay. So this works. And now
You need a flag index, which lists all the flags for a certain type, so that you don't need to loop over all the meta files and read them one by one and decode them one by one.
I need a flags. Yeah, I need a flags JSON file.
You need an index, yeah. With all the paths that need to be reset or cleared rather.
So when am I? Oh, I only have to touch this index. I have to read it every time I'm about to get. So here.
Another way is to include the flags in the file name. And then you can glob and unlink them. So if you include it in the file name itself, or inside directories, then looking up would be a glob operation. I don't know. Probably in a file name it would be.
No, but then how would I don't know the flag up front. When I'm about to serve the cached entry, I don't know the flag. So how would it end up in the file name?
When you're writing it, that's how it ends up in the file name, where you're saving it for the first time or updating it.
So in the meta file, you mean?
No. In the cache file itself. Where are you writing the file? File put contents.
So I'm writing two files. I'm writing a meta file with the data about the cache, and then a data file with the cache data itself.
Right. So that you can include it in the. I don't know. It could be in the meta. It could be in the cache file itself. Doesn't really matter.
But then how would I know? Like when a new request comes in and I'm about to serve a cached page, I don't know any of these flags. So how would I know which files do I need to delete?
Wait, deleting.
I also don't really need to delete them at that point.
Or why would you be deleting the cache files during a request? It's not during a request that you're deleting them.
Right.
Not during a cache request. You're going to be invalidating it, when an update post meta happens or something.
So you want to go and delete files when an update post happens and like glob over the file system?
Glob over the directory and find all the file names that contain the flag, which is like post 1, for example. You glob them and then delete them. Or if it's a feed, you glob all the feeds and all the feed files and delete them.
Sounds fragile, I think. I don't know. I'm fine with having like a single.
An index is cool, but in this case, you're going to be dealing with one file. You're going to be locking it, and that means that performance will suck. Every time a new entry is being deleted or added, especially on high traffic websites, that file will become your single point of entry into your code. So you won't be able to concurrently serve pages, uncached pages, because they're all trying to write to that index, and that index is just one single file that needs to be locked one request at a time. So they'll become sequential requests, and that's going to be bad with one file. With a database, maybe you can put it in the database. But one single individual file is going to be bad for performance, I'm sure.
But this is on write only, and the only time that is going to be written to is when people are hitting publish or
uncached. Uncached. No, any uncached page. That's where the index is going to be. New files are going to be written, and new flags are going.
We don't need to write on. This is only when we need to invalidate something. All of these.
No, when you're adding all these flags, you have to mark them in the index, so you know which pages contain which flags.
You don't need to add them to the index.
How are you going to delete them then afterwards?
When a delete request comes in.
Okay, a delete request came in, they gave you a flag to delete.
Okay.
And now how do you look up all the all the cache files that contain that flag?
I don't need to look them up.
What do you do then?
Here's where the magic happens. Let me show you. When I'm going to get a cached entry and I'm going to retrieve the meta, maybe even somewhere here, serve. So if there's no cached entry, so right here. So flags equals cache flags. Then we are going to file get contents. Just to give you an idea, right? Path to flags.json. And this is going to be like current flags, or like expired flags. Well, not expired, just whatever.
You need a lock on that though, right?
Current. No, not necessarily. I'm just reading it. I'm not writing to it. I don't care about.
What if someone is writing to it and the file is partial? Your JSON is going to be broken.
If someone is writing to it, they will obtain a lock, which will prevent.
No, it won't prevent.
Right,
You
sure.
need you need a lock on this to be able to read.
What kind of lock?
Well, not an exclusive one, the other one, a shared lock.
And will it then prevent other people from writing to it?
You need a lock sh, just a reader lock. It will prevent others from writing to it, yes, but not others from reading from it.
But file get contents.
It's no, you need to pass it a lock, I think. Yeah, locks don't actually prevent you from doing anything. You can read and write to a locked file. It's up to you to check whether it's locked or not before reading or writing. That's the thing.
Okay, let's deal with the locking a bit later. Okay, let's do the logic for expiring first. So the cache flags, I have them in here. I have existing or current flags in here, and what I'm gonna do is for each flags as flag timestamp if flag if in array cache flags if this flag is in the cache's flag and the timestamp is less than the cache timestamp, then this is invalid. X cache expired. And so then when a new post is published or updated, what I'm going to write to flags.json is post 1 is, time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sort of. That's reading though. When are you going to be writing? The writing part is
Only. So in here, add action, clean post cache, function. Oh crap. Post ID. Post ID. Then 1. And then here, I'm going to like expire flag, I think.
okay.
Or whatever. I'm going to basically write to path to flags.json, the timestamp with post ID 1 or post ID equals time.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm just going to write
It
this.
won't be post ID though, just post.
Yeah,
Because our flag is called post, right?
I think so. Post, yep.
Okay. And now when you're building the flags, you're going to be checking whether...
So basically, ideally, look, whatever this does, fwrite, I need to add action on shutdown, and I'm going to write my flags here.
Yeah, that's the thing in here, that this is going to be a bad idea. For every request shutdown, you're going to be writing the flags.
No, not for only if there are flags to write.
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah. But still, that's the thing, that you're going to be working with just one file.
It's only when people are hitting publish. So if there's like a lot of traffic, a lot of updating of posts, then yes, potentially it could become a bottleneck. It could. But if there aren't that many, concurrent editing going on.
No, but you're writing flags on line 19. That's not about editing. That's about saving
Only.
the page flags.
No. So flag expire post ID. I'm going to do this. Okay. I'm going to have a function called flag x, or just expire. Expire flag is null. Static expire. If not, is set expire. Missed something here. Okay. Then if flag expire equals flag, and then return flags. Oh, return expire. So now in here, I expire post, I expire the home page, okay? I also expire the feeds. I expire all of them. And so what happens in here if expire, if it's empty, then I do nothing. But if there are flags to expire, then I do flags equals file get contents LP content dir cache I'll do flags there, whatever, WP content dir cache quadrio flags.json. I'm going to read it. I'm going to JSON decode it.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to expire as flag, flags flag equals time. And I'm going to file put contents.
You just, instead of time, just use 1 or -1.
But that's the thing. It has to be time. I'll show you why. Because we're comparing that time to the creation date of each cached entry. That way we don't have to do the like incrementing or decrementing or storing anything else, because we store the cached item timestamp when it was created. We store it with the cache meta.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the flag, so we know when a specific flag was asked to be set as expired or to be deleted. So whenever we're about to serve a cached item that has the created date before somebody asked for that flag to expire, then we just don't serve it because it's expired. Okay. And we just read it. We don't need to write anything at that point. We're only reading. So path path and JSON encode flags. I think file get contents path. If not flags, then flags is an array. And we can also do like oh, never mind, we don't need to array unique or anything because we're setting them here as keys.
Yep.
So now, if you go, if you log in, oh, is this my incognito? This is my, okay. If you log in and go to a post and say hello world, and you hit you know, hello world 1, in here flags JSON, we have post is 1, this is the timestamp, this is when we need to expire the home page, this is the feed. What the fuck is post 5? It's probably some Guten block or a revision.
yeah, maybe. It could have been a revision, post 5.
So we have to like maybe check the post like type and status before
I don't
expire, right?
No, I don't think so. Post. Oh, you mean inside post clean cache? Yeah, the second argument is going to be post.
this post revision. I don't care about revisions. So yeah, we have these flags here. They're written. And now we need to test it.
Will it get expired?
Nope. What is this? Oh. Oh, of course. Path to JSON. So flags is JSON decode. True. And then path here. If flags and cache flags. Like, we don't even need to read the file if the, well, it's gonna have flags anyway. Most of the time it's gonna have flags. Then for each flags as flag timestamp, and if the flag is in our cache flag and the timestamp is less. So it's not cache timestamp, I think it's cache expire? No. It is cache timestamp. I think. We'll find out, I guess. So let's delete all the caches. Delete all the things. Caching local. Hello world 1.
It should be expires, I think, not
what?
Not timestamp. There's no key called timestamp inside your cache. There's
Oh.
created and expires.
Created.
If created is more than timestamp.
So if the timestamp is larger than created, like this probably. Yes? Yes.
You have an expiry time inside the flag, right?
But
That's what you're writing.
that depends on the TTL, because I could be asking for something to be cached for an entire year, and then the expiration date would be a year in advance. But the timestamp variable here tells me that this flag has to expire at this timestamp or after this timestamp.
Yeah.
So I have
anything created after is still good, right?
Yes, if
it's new.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it has to be created here.
Yeah. That makes sense.
So hello world 1, it's a miss. Now it's a hit. Now if I go and say hello world 2 and I hit update and I go here, it's an expired and it's a hello world 2.
Yep.
And now it's a hit. And the home page, oh, this is the home page. So this is a miss, and now a hit. Now if I go and say it's hello world 3 and go here, it's expired, hello world 3, and now hit. And if I go to the home page, it's also expired in the hello world 3. See? It's like magic.
Yep. It is.
It is like magic.
Yep. Now you just need to handle archive pages.
What pages?
Archive pages.
Archive page.
Yeah, because you know, when hello world is going to be updated, the uncategorized category archive listing has to be updated as well. If you go to uncategorized, well, if it was cached, it would contain hello world 1.
So how do I do that?
Maybe also search pages. Lots of moving parts.
Like all of them?
Only for a result, I think.
Well,
But see, like search pages are not even tied to posts inside the search page.
right.
I don't know how to treat search result pages. Like every output search result should get flagged as containing that post type, actually, right?
Oh, you're right.
So for every search result, you have to add a flag inside the search loop.
So
if it's search,
I need to do the post.
Yeah.
I needed the post filter. Wow, I never thought I would ever use the post.
Use the post filter?
Yeah. Where is the post?
It's inside WP, yeah. And I don't think there's a filter inside though, yeah? Or is there one?
No, there's an action called the post.
Where is it fired from? From inside okay, seems like it's from inside WP query.
Yeah.
From inside the post method, probably.
And it gives you the post and it also gives you the query.
Yep. So maybe you have to use the post to flag all.
So I don't care about is singular anyway.
Yeah. You just care about the post. If the post was done.
And I don't care about home anyway, because home will get flagged with like a shit ton of.
Yeah.
And even if it's in a recent posts widget, it'll also get fucking flagged.
Yes, yeah, and that's what's supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, like recently commented, recent posts, anything that's being done with posts.
So screw template redirect, right? We don't need this. This is outdated. This is like.
Well, if the widget is written with get posts or something like that, then no, then you won't get.
No, look, so the post is fired on setup post data.
This is for for themes that use this, but there may be themes that don't use this. They'll use their own magical query. I don't know, something.
Like.
And the post wouldn't even work.
Like WPDB get.
Because they're not going to be using these template. They're not going to be using WP query. They'll just use get posts, WP query get posts. Or posts, the post array, and they'll just get their for each WP query posts as post. They're not going to be doing setup post data or use the post. They're not going to be using any of the while posts.
Okay,
while
so
have posts, whatever.
Let's
go deeper. Then. Yeah, deeper, like into the database, into the SQL queries. Let's parse the SQL queries. And if we detect a post ID inside the results, then bam, we flag it.
Parse query? No. 404. Pre-get posts. No, pre-get posts is when we don't have the posts yet.
It's after the posts, not pre, but post-get posts.
Post-get posts.
Whatever that's called. I don't know what it's called.
So this is where we do the query. This is where we do the query.
I think it's just posts. It's going to be a posts filter, no?
Something like that, I think, yeah.
Posts join. No, this is the query. You need the actual results after the query has been fired is going to be transformed into post objects. And then it's going to be filtered. That's the pre-query. That's fine. That before the query. Now you need the one that comes afterwards. It's going to be like the very final one, I think.
Get post.
Get post. if this posts.
I mean, post results also works probably, unless they suppress filters.
Yeah. So, what? Check the post constructor instead, like the post object constructor. Anytime a post object constructor is triggered on the page, we need to use uops for this.
No.
Check the post class. I think you'll have some filters here that could help. Return new post, cache get, construct. There's.
I mean, there's sanitize post, and there are some filters in sanitize post fields, but
But that's a hack. No, it's a hack. It's a hack.
That's a hack. I think get post is that. Oh wait, that's array. It's not. It's not a. It's not an action.
No, it's not an action. It's a map. Yeah.
So post results.
Post results. See if there's something else at the very bottom. There should be one that's like that doesn't obey the suppress filters thing.
Look, the posts is here.
The posts is here, but again,
it's still
in suppress filters. This return post. So this is the final one, right? The posts is the final one after everything has been done. Lazy load. So either inside the WP post class we have to find something there, or use the posts. Yeah, if someone is suppressing filters, then it's invisible to us.
Yeah.
Are there any like do actions or no? Not a single one, right?
In WP post?
Yeah. I didn't see any. Yeah. So yeah, just remove suppress filters. Sorry, just use the posts and.
Wait. So remember how in when you're doing object caching, each of the post objects is cached in a separate under a separate cache key, right? But then there's also this query cache thing, which gathers all of the post IDs and fetches them from the object cache in one go.
Yep.
And then the missing ones, it will query the database for them. Where is that logic? Because I think that's where we want to hook in.
It's inside WP query probably, somewhere before the database is queried, and there were some cache.
Because when the database still gets queried, but we don't retrieve the we don't retrieve the posts from the database. We only get the IDs.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yep.
Split the query. Here it is. Split the query. Filters whether to split the query. Splitting the query will cause it to fetch just the IDs of the found posts, and then individually fetch each post by ID, rather than fetching every complete row at once. One massive result versus many small results. So if split the query...
Ooh.
If ID...
This will not run every time though.
Set found posts, but both of them do set found posts. What does set found posts do?
Isn't that like the SQL calc found rows thing? Yeah, select found rows.
Yeah.
This found posts. Yeah, just an integer. Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Well, I have the query there as well. So I think the posts is our best bet. Wait, what about when somebody does, get post by ID and then renders the title? Like
check the get post.
If someone is doing like post equals get post by 1, 2, 3, and then echo post title, like we need to be able to catch this as well.
Yep. So check what get post does. I'm telling you, this is going down to WPDB levels, I think. So that's what we're going to end up doing. I mean, in these cases, the developer, if they're doing custom stuff, they should be flagging their PHP code with the flag function. They should be flagging it as this page will contain this flag 1, 2, 3. They should flag it manually. Like we cannot really cache all the all edge cases. Get post, new post, get instance, sanitize post.
So it's in get instance for sure. Should be there. Where is WP post? Is this it? This is it.
No, we looked through it. Yeah, there's nothing there that we can really use.
Look, this is where like the actual query happens, right? Select ID from select anything from posts where ID. So this is the actual query, and the first thing that follows the query is sanitize post. And it's,
no, I'm not doing it sanitize post.
it's sanitizing. Well, you can also skip sanitizing by using a filter, right? If filter is raw, it won't sanitize it.
Post. I think we should just use that post results filter, whatever it's called, inside WP query. Because these minimal edge cases, they should be just flagged by the developer.
So was it the posts?
Posts. Yep.
Oh, so when you go and edit a menu item, it'll just clear all your site cache. Nice.
Well, not all of it though.
Most of it.
Only the items that were in the menu. Why would it clear all?
I know. I mean, if you. Well, that's
if you. No, wait, but you're not updating anything.
You're updating nav menu.
So what? You're not update. Does that filter, the clear post cache filter? If that's not triggered, nothing is going to be expiring.
Look, LP nav menu. Where is the?
It will fetch all the posts. I understand, but they're not gonna get flagged for expiry. That's not an issue.
But when you go and update them, when you go
No.
add a new menu item,
Only the menu will be updated. Only the post ID of the menu will be updated.
but the menu is visible on every single page.
Oh. So you mean if a post is inside the menu, then all the pages will get flagged with that post? Yes.
No. Well, yes. No. Or yes, probably yes.
Yeah, because it did a get post basically on.
But we'll see. Okay, so add action, or is it a filter? It's a filter. Add filter. The posts. Where does it do setup post data?
That's only done inside the loop when you do like the post.
Oh, yeah.
That's when it does it.
So we don't really need that, right? We need
No, it sets up globals. Like many loops won't be even doing that. Most loops are just gonna be get posts. That's it, without post data, and they'll operate on raw objects without using the globals. And just WP list block. And map to flag. And remap WP list block.
Nice.
Well, that's not gonna work because you need to concatenate it with posts semicolon. Remember? So you have to have a function there. Function return post and the ID.
I'll just flag it here.
Yeah, you just need to flag it in there. And you should remove the template redirect stuff.
Why is the code 302? Okay. Post 1, post 1. I guess it's in recent posts as well. And probably recent comments as well.
Yep.
Post 1. And let's try.
So you actually need to open all those pages and have them cached, and then update and see that they're all expired. Feed, recent posts, the search
So
as well.
Homepage, single page, category page.
Category page, yeah. That's where unit testing would have been nice, yeah.
Search page. And the feed. What? The feed.
It's local con, yeah. So they're all hits right now, right?
Failed to open stream. Wait.
It may not exist before.
Probably here as well. Okay, let's clear. Let's give us more time than 600. Let's cache these for an hour. Homepage, cache, hit, search results, cache, hit, single page, miss, hit, category, hit, feed, hit, This one cached the X debug. This is the WordPress transient cache.
Okay.
So now we go here.
You check the flags, maybe output the flags as well in the debug info for the cache. You should see which flags were assigned to these URLs.
In a header, you mean?
Yeah. Like xcache debug or whatever.
4. Update.
Bada boom, bada bim.
4. And this is of course cached in WordPress. Like WordPress doesn't even clear its RSS feed cache.
Is this a bug?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that many people use RSS feeds nowadays.
Yeah, they use Instagram.
How do I? Do you use local?
Nope.
Do I have to? I have to go here and go options and go select. How do I run a query?
There should be click edit under select.
Where?
Select data, and under select there's an edit button, a link, edit link, which lets you alter the query in any way.
Is it underscore transient?
Just transient, like transient.
Yeah, this is the feed.
XML base, WP.
So we need to delete this. And we need to delete.
Why wasn't it auto deleted, I wonder?
Oh wait, this is a different feed. Feed mod. Like, where is my feed? This is like the WordPress WordPress dashboard feed.
So maybe the feed wasn't invalidated. That's why you're getting. That's why it's cached.
No, but it's the thing is it's cached with the xdebug error here. You know, it's 100% cached by WordPress, like 100%. I remember seeing this many times.
But are you sure it's not being served by the cache plugin that you wrote, and it just wasn't invalidated by the flags because it doesn't contain the post flags? Can you check its metadata?
You're probably right. World 4.
Maybe it didn't use the loop.
It's flagged with post 1 though. Hello World 4. Hello World 5. Well, now it's set as expired. So now it kind of worked, but I don't know why it. I don't know what the cache.
With the cache.
Sergey. Hello. Okay. So what's next?
Next is we wrap up because time is up. In 6 hours, you did your caching plugin.
Kinda is up, right?
Great boilerplate, great minimalistic approach, and it seems to work really well for the basics.
Yeah.
Obviously, there would be some things like, you know, if you post a comment, I think post cache will not be cleared. I don't know. Maybe it will. No idea.
Will. Like, I think even if you... Yeah.
Yeah, it got updated, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool.
But this also has the, you know, the implication of when you post, so say you have a really high traffic site,
Yep.
right? And you have a new post on the home page and on a bunch of other pages and the archive pages, which are getting a lot of traffic, and people are commenting on that post. And every time someone leaves a comment on that post, it's going to invalidate the homepage cache.
Yes.
It's going to invalidate the RSS feed cache. And it's going to like...
yeah.
So maybe this one, this thing should be a bit smarter. Like, we are already smart enough to ignore revisions, but then maybe we should like check what has actually changed. Has the post actually been updated, or did someone just post a comment? Like, maybe even use a different hook in here. Like, maybe a
could be
updated
on update. Yeah, post update would be better here. Yeah. And then if it's a comment, then you would update just the post, not the home and the feed. On the other hand, the home page might contain latest comments, so it does need to be.
good. Yeah.
Yeah. So not only do you have to flag posts, but also comments. If a page got loaded with comments and the comment changed or got a response to or something, then, you know, recent comments widgets or whatever, they would also need to invalidate the cache.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, let me commit this. A bunch of stuff. All the flags in the world. Cool. So yeah, I think it's been a little over 6 hours. That's
Yep. And just 300 lines of code.
Wrap it up. Yeah, it's 300 lines of code. It's in good shape. It's I don't know if you saw, I ran some tests with Apache Bench.
Yep, I saw that.
And it's looking good. It's looking good. So cool. Thank you all for joining. Thank you for watching and commenting and following and subscribing.
Yep.
If you're into advanced WordPress concepts, make sure that you follow our streams. You can also subscribe to us via email on Codrio. That's coder.io. We'll let you know when we go live with more super advanced and interesting WordPress stuff. And yeah, feel free to reach out to me or Gennady via email or Twitter. There are links for that. I'll probably have some links on the screen. Okay, yeah, I might need to add. What is your... what is your Twitter? Is it Twitter?
Yeah, Solsika, yeah.
Sika?
Yep.
So let's do that. I'll leave this...
Yeah, just do thanks for watching and leave that for 10 minutes or whatever. So you're gonna do a VOD, right? Just cut it up into like 3 parts and upload them to YouTube probably. Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Trying to make that available. I think YouTube will have this live thing available as well. Like if somebody wants to rewatch the entire 6 hours, that'll be available as well.
Yep.
Alrighty, thanks everyone.
Cool.
And
thanks for joining. Yeah.
Goodbye.
Cheers.